Good evening, everybody. Day 4. LA riots. The President of the United States has authorized the United States Marine Corps to keep the peace on federal land and facilities. And the LA Sheriff has sent in mutual aid, and here they go. They're up on top of the building there. They'll be dropping tear gas down on them and spotting them. But they, I think it's 27 out of 29 palms that's coming in, about 700 Marines. And when that happens, these guys are not going to be very happy. If you've ever been to 29 Palms, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And cemetery, your brother-in-law's in this mess. I am so sorry to hear that. Everybody's going to scream victim here. I think tonight's going to be a really interesting evening. And it's really unfortunate. The mayor of LA just had a briefing along with Chief McDowell, Sheriff Luna. This is a live shot near the federal building, downtown Los Angeles. They're going to be moving the crowds back. The National Guard is there. They are maintaining security along the federal buildings, and that's where the Marines will be as well. But I think they've established enough intelligence that the peaceful protesters during the day go home, and it's the agitators and troublemakers, like all these folks dressed in all black with their faces covered, etc. Those are the ones that are lighting the cars on fire. They're there just for the fight. And the only way you can maintain and bring back law and order is to deal with those individuals effectively. And sometimes, unfortunately, that means brute force. But they don't want to move out of service. That guy's not going to last long on the motorcycle. We'll push the bike over and take him with it. He's not the sharpest tool in the shed with his license plate on the motorcycle. Well, this is called the stomp and move. You notice they're holding the batons. This is called the PR-24 that they have in their hands. And what they do is they stomp and they push, and they'll move the crowd if they have to. But in this situation, they're not having to utilize the baton as a tool. They're just using their body and their command presence to move them back. Yes, this is a live broadcast out of Los Angeles. I tied into AP that has pluses and minuses, but I figured for our needs right now, we'll run through this. I've got a couple of feeds going behind the scenes here, and we'll run this for a couple hours to see, make sure no officers are injured. The green weapons that you see there are lethal. They're not gonna put up with these people tonight on the fourth night. That sergeant right there, female sergeant, is like, let's go. And you guys now understand why when people yell, scream, shout, holler, you just ignore it. It's not affecting these officers at all. They get it every single day. It's only when they get violent. People have a right to the First Amendment. Let them scream, shout, do whatever they want. In the interim, while we're enjoying this together, I'm going to have some strawberries. Whoops, that just froze. Let me see what just happened there with Reuters or AP. Stand by. I don't know if I want to listen to these politicians.
Can confirm that in fact is activity or an actual federal law enforcement vehicle, and they report it back to the network, and they do call back the caller and say, yes, that in fact is what you thought, or it's not, and that's how they can confirm what it is, and that's how they count numbers, and that's how they report it back.
Pay attention, Los Angeles, if you live out there.
Well, let me just say thank you very much for being here today. We'll be back here tomorrow. I am hopeful that the federal government will hear our plea. Stop the raids. This is creating fear and chaos in our city, and it is unnecessary. And I hope that we will be heard because our city is trying to move forward. And I believe that the federal government should be supportive of us moving forward. Thank you very much.
All right, you've been listening to LA Mayor Karen Bass, and again, we want to let you know it's just after 6 o'clock as we continue with the anti-immigration arrest protests that have been going on for hours in downtown Los Angeles. Good evening once again, everybody. I'm Michael Brownlee.
And I'm Carolyn Johnson.
Law enforcement, Tom, and here in Los Angeles, obviously they have been out on the streets, but a senior White House official says that.
Here we go. Yeah, every single day, ICE enforcement operations are going to continue. The sad part here is, the federal government's not going to stop. They won't stop. They're going to enforce the law. That's what they're supposed to do. And there you go. Break the law, go to jail. It's that simple. Not complicated. Not here, not complicated. Can you guys all hear me now? Thank you. It's kind of interesting. They've got somebody's kind of sewn the American and the Mexican flag together. I don't know where that came from. But the principle, right? Thanks, Scotty. When they're talking and you can't hear me. So I'll make sure that they're not really talking. We'll watch this together. So this is just what they call a skirmish line. And, you know, everybody lines up. You learn this in the academy. It's police work 101. Everybody gets in a, you know, straight line. They pull their PR-24s out, and they can use them for one of two ways. They can scrape with that thing, and that hurts. They'll start whacking them in the ankles. That hurts. And then, you know, you could actually use it as a poker. You hit them in the sternum. That hurts. But yeah, this is almost lawlessness right now, where people, you know, these are not, you know, just protesters. These are rioters. They're hanging around. You know, they've got the message out. They've had 4 days, you know, to do this. And the mayor and the authorities there, the governor, they've allowed this to happen. It's not complicated. Let me see what else is going on out here. I'm surfing, so you don't have to. You know, it doesn't make any sense for, you know, day 4. In LA, it is 6:20 p.m. 6:20 p.m. And these are retread signs. Got the flags of various countries there. It's like Guatemala, Mexico. I saw some Palestine stuff last night, today. I saw the Hamas headbands. The other day, yesterday, or the day before yesterday, they caught a guy up near the Home Depot there with the LA sheriff. He was wearing, or he had on all black with a hoodie, and he was standing next to a tree with a Molotov cocktail. And I watched him chase him down. Maybe you guys saw that. It was interesting. Yeah, a lot of the, you know, the peaceful protesters who are protesters at that point, you know, they'll go home, and it'll be, you know, over the next hour or two where we'll watch the violence of this. See, most of these people realize, you know what, okay, this isn't worth it. Let's get out of here. Let's go home. We've said our piece. No problem. Right? That's what America's all about. Let people argue, shout, whatever they want to do. Hold signs, etc. Just don't destroy property, which you'll notice all over the city, downtown. Look at, they even graffitied the van. See, now the police are moving in even further. That camera gal's holding her camera dude so that he doesn't fall over. And it's the ones, you know, that are going to stay. Yeah, great question, Tina. Where are they going? Right? Well, it's great to see you tonight. Mara Lee, it's great to see you. Leslie, Angela, great to see everybody. Bonnie, it is, yeah. Or Benny, excuse me. It does. It looks peaceful right now. This is good. Yeah, they were. I saw that. They were throwing them right through the windows of law enforcement vehicles. Here's the guy on the motorcycle. If he gets too annoying, he may get zapped with a couple of rubber bullets. That will change the tune of the fight. Thank you, LJ Forever. Appreciate you being here tonight. Thank you for being here, Carrie. Hopefully, I'll be able to add a different understanding from my perspective of actually being on the ground back in the '92 riots. I was telling everybody last night, they sent us into the LA Coliseum. Then they put us in cars, and we had 25 cars, so we had 100 guys. And our jobs were to go around and take back the shopping centers. Whoa, okay, of course, it's always the cops' fault. This is that same chick, you know, on the right there, screaming and shouting and yelling, you know, don't forget your shopping cart. Take that with you, move along. Look at these folks with the green hats. These are the individuals that are hired by Soros as legal advocates. See that gal right there with the backpack and the green hat? This is an organized event. You see these gals and guys with these green hats, always watch them. They go towards the people being arrested, and they try to get them phone numbers, bond information, and here's that same gal looking for attention, but she doesn't get it in her life.
Stupidest orders that make no sense or unethical.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Read the Constitution.
Appreciate that.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
This is the biggest overreaction.
Sure it is. Did you get that on video? Put it on your TikTok channel.
You're stopping us protesting the kidnapping of innocent people.
Yeah.
Think about it.
Yeah, thanks. We're thinking. We're Americans. You see, there's another green hat on the other side. Or is that the same gal? Oh, she moved over there. And this one here with a kind of hoodie. This guy here, pretend that he's carrying a gun. You see that in his waistband? This is a two-striper. I was a two-striper back in the day. That's an old dog, you can tell. That's a salty dog. He's like been there, done that. And he's wearing a black band across his badge. That means somebody has passed away close to him. Maybe typically another officer. But old home fries there is a cool dude. And when the Marines show up, they're coming from 2-7, I think, out of 29 stumps. Which, if you've ever been to 29 Palms, there's absolutely nothing there. Well, this is good. They're going to clear the street and let cars actually come through. And people are mad that they can't get run over. Go figure.
They don't like you. They never will.
There we go. Here comes a boatload of reinforcements. The one here with the cat hat, I think she may get tuned up. Yes. The reserves will be called in. And a lot of these folks could be reserves. And they'll keep the regular officers in command positions. These guys look like they're all, regular shift. There goes the first item thrown at the cops. You just saw it. And that will be if that keeps happening, then the supervisors will be telling everybody left lethal, bean bags, rubber bullets, pepper balls. They moved them all back now onto that other street, opening up the streets. Okay, see, they're throwing fireworks at the cops already. That's never a good thing. Guy with the umbrella doesn't realize there's people on the roof now. And we're going to get them from behind. This is a reality show for these folks. Hi, Laura. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, everybody, for jumping in here. We got almost 1,000 people already, about 800. And I figured we would cover this, seeing how the Marine Corps is going to get involved. Hi, Marine Mom. Yes, the Marines will be guarding federal buildings. That will be their mission. And as any good American knows, you don't want to cross that line. Especially out of 2-7 from 29 stumps. There is nothing but sand there and dirt. And they want nothing more than to come into an urban environment.
Delete me. The internet can be a crazy place, but you know what? It's full of your data. Data brokers are everywhere.
Now this feed is from AP. And our training has always been, look, don't instigate anything. If they're not moving, you have the legal right to push them. You have the legal right to move them. And if they resist, you can use whatever force is necessary to keep them moving. You see, they just blasted a little pepper spray. And now they're holding. The law allows you to use whatever force is necessary to overcome the resistance, quote unquote. So these officers are just doing what they're supposed to do. The green weapons that you see there are the left lethal. They shoot the 40s with either rubber or foam projectiles on them, and they have a long silver foam canister, and you'll see them, they'll pop, boom, crack it open, put another one in, and hit them again. Then the other green you'll see is a rifle that shoots rubber bullets. Sometimes they're round, sometimes they're, 99% of them are round little rubber balls, and there's typically, maybe 3 or 4 in a shot. And this is the kind of stuff here that, that I think the chief, the mayor, and everybody has said, look, you got to stop with the cars, you got to stop with all the blowing the fireworks and all this other stuff, because tonight's the 4th night. Remember, in the LA riots, they had declared martial law on the 2nd night, and they shut the entire city down. And by the 4th night, things were a lot calmer. And by the 5th day, everybody was back to normal living. So the fact that the mayor and the fact that the politicians in California have let it go this far, it's a sad situation. I mean, and this is the gal with the white, in the white and the jeans, and she's laughing at the other officer now, the female officer in front of her. They're just here for the attention of those folks. It's the folks, watch on the buildings around the cops and the officers, watch the heads that pop up over there. Those are the kind of people you got to keep an eye on. The people who are all dressed down in black. Most of these people are peaceful protesters. They were protesting all during the day, no problem. They just don't want to go home. Okay, so fine. But it's the other agitators that really LAPD is interested in. Yeah, this isn't a riot. I agree with you. This isn't. I agree 1,000%. Jonathan, great to have you back. This is in LA in 92, obviously we started off at Florence and Normandy, right in the middle of South Central. And remember, they pulled out Denny out of the truck and they hit him with bricks and beat him up. So this here is just a cakewalk. I mean, it literally is just crowd control right now. Move along, nothing to see here. You got more press than you actually probably have protesters here. And so compared to what happened in 92, they were shooting at us. I mean, we had gunfights going off when we were there. And LAPD, the tactical units were in literally gunfights. There were people dying and they couldn't get to them. We couldn't get in there. They sent us to 77th precinct right there, with there's homie, rock on, bro. And we had replaced my group replaced a shift that just came in, and they had shot up one of the cars with an AK-47. In fact, I believe it was Darryl Strawberry, the baseball player. It was his brother who was an officer. It was his patrol vehicle that was shot up. And so, yeah, it was bad. That is a great question, Carrie. I am welcome tonight. I don't know why there is not a curfew. That is a great question. I'm not sure why there's a curfew, or why there isn't. Yeah, 6:35. 6:37 right now, Pacific. And yeah, just show you guys again tonight. That was me in 92 on the right. And I had a Remington 870 there with a wheel gun, and that's what they call a clamshell holster. And I had a bandolero of shotgun shells wrapped around me, and that's one of my old partners, Rich Davis. We were actually vice detectives together long before this picture was ever taken. And you can see all the buildings were burnt down behind us. It was good times had by all, but it was a crazy, crazy time. And man, but I'd be lying to you to tell you it wasn't a fun time. You know, as law enforcement, it's kind of like the Marines are going, hey, you mean to tell me I can do A, B, C, and D? And the answer is, yep, dude. Yep, yes, ma'am, yes, sir. Jump in. Yeah. And by the way, you guys all saw the mustaches were mandatory equipment back then. You know, and they pulled me out of homicide, put me in uniform. I was in homicide from, you know, I got transferred to homicide in 90. And because it was declared, you know, a state of emergency and martial law, they put everybody in uniform, sent as many mutual aid agencies up into the middle of the mix. So, yeah. These guys don't realize if they're coming into this thing, you know, to support. Look at this gal driving the car in a gas mask. Okay, yeah. Like they're not going to get her license plate. Okay. Let's see, AP will do it for us. There you go. They'll come back and watch this footage. Watch all the cops, if they see her with the gas mask, just look in and go, okay. What a peaceful evening, bro. Hey, you know, you can't drive with that, right? There's going to be somebody in the back there. Now, this is a good move because what they're doing is they're stuffing them all into a potato chip bag. They're putting them into areas where there's a plan here at the other end of this, somewhere in here. At the other end here, they're moving these people to a certain area, and there's a reason. They're going to move all the cars once the people are moved. So they're pushing these folks back to a certain area for some reason. I can't tell. Look at all the graffiti on the buildings. They've really destroyed the buildings. Which, you know, it's no big deal because you can come back in with a power washer. Thank you, Cosmic Shy. Appreciate you very, very much. But look at all the graffiti along the walls. Last night they started to vandalize a couple of stores, but LAPD was waiting for them. So they jumped on them pretty fast. Yeah, no, this problem all belongs to the politicians. This is day 4. Now think about 92, how bad it was. And now think about this. And that this is still going on. There's your news crew. Get your shot. Get in there. There aren't very many scooters left. They threw them all down on the freeway yesterday. There are all the green hats. See the green hats? Those are the real troublemakers. Because they're part of the organization of these protests. Look how the 3 of them here, 4 of them. They wear the green hats on purpose so that, you know, people that participate in these know that they're part of the organizational structure of these riots and protests. These events are not just spontaneously happening. Those people in the green hats represent the bigger picture here, guys and gals. Look how many other people don't have green hats. And then you have to ask yourself, why do they have green hats? Spread that around in social media. Those are the people that are hired by Soros and all those other individuals who are trying to destroy this country. They are part of an organized effort. It's one thing to protest, it's another thing to riot. And this is a protest. That's a great question. Ask Europe. Oh, agreed. He's not paying them all. He's paying the organizations that are paying them. And back in '92, it was great because, you know, we went into Koreatown and there you go. Here's your answer. Yep. Yeah. I did, Carrie. I watched all of them. Yeah. You know, I've lived a little life, and you know, I love these youngsters who say, "Well, who's trying to destroy the country and all this other stuff?" Yeah, you're barking up the wrong tree with this guy. You know, my father fought in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. He was one of 15 guys that survived the Chosin Reservoir in the United States Marine Corps. And it was the communists who were trying to destroy the United States. And they haven't stopped. They're just one fraction of the problem. I mean, we can't even have a political discourse anymore without people popping in and saying, well, I hate you for being who you are because I have an opinion. Well, guess what? I don't hate people. I just want my grandchildren like you to have a peaceful existence and not live like, you know, third world countries or communist countries. That's it. It's pretty simple. And I've been, you know, I lived through the 60s. I watched the riots on the streets. I lived through the 70s. I grew up in the 70s, grew up in the 60s, watched the riots. They don't know what they're arguing about. They don't know what they're yelling. You know, look at the guy they just brought back, the people, you know. Yeah, they're purple hair. Thank you. Peaceful protest. Yeah, peaceful protest. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. There you go. Let's hope we can get this back under control, right? Let's hope we can get it back under control. At some point, even the politicians have to admit, and they're starting. I mean, the police chief last night and even today came out and said, we got a problem. I mean, look what's happening to Ireland right now, guys. Take a look at what happens in Ireland right now. They are on the brink of a civil war. And just remember, in Northern Ireland, they took on the British Empire. Don't forget that. And those of you that were not alive during that situation, the IRA, Irish Republican Army, organized, and they were just a bunch of Irish guys that got together and they started a guerrilla warfare. And yes, they are on the brink of some really bad stuff. Look at Paris. That's a great point. My brother used to live in Toulouse, France. And Paris, look at London. Look at all of these other communities in Europe. Yeah, of course you do. And you're here just to say that. So I get that. I get that. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, this is the problem. That's the problem right there. That statement is the problem, because you haven't experienced what a problem is in terms of scary. You're just, aren't you supposed to be reciting the chants on the street? So, yeah, no, there's probably a lot of bots coming in. That's a bot right there. I'll just finish it. Goodbye. You see, I mean, whenever they revert to losing emotional control through yelling and screaming, cussing, it's terrible. Yeah, and as Sheila says, right, you don't want to be messing with the Irish right now. They're gonna set the standard. It's coming, and so are the in UK, the Brits. But this is the situation here, where the United States, we're done with this. We're tired of it. We're tired of it. And it's going to stop. It has to stop. What people forget is there is a very small fraction of Americans that voted in the United States. There were 150 million on both sides. Right? 150 million approximately that voted. That leaves 200 million other Americans that are the silent majority. And you'll notice that those people haven't woken up yet. And when they do, as Yamamoto said to the Emperor of Japan in 1941, Do we land? Yeah, Little Tokyo. There you go, Kay. Yeah. Do we land in America? And the closest they got was the islands in Alaska, the Japanese Royal Army. But the emperor asked Yamamoto after the bombing of Pearl Harbor, "We have woken up the sleeping giant." And Valerie has sleeping bear, but yeah, it was, and he said, "We will lose," and I mentioned this the other day, "if we go on their ground." And the emperor said, "Why? Why?" And that's, he told them because of the Second Amendment. Every house. And Christianity, by the way, is not the only religion in this country, if you haven't noticed. Go to Dearborn, Michigan. Go to Hamtramck. Go to New York City and the Bronx and see the Jewish section. This country is a melting pot. And that's what's great about it. That's what's great about it. Where'd all the green hats go? That's the news there with his producer. Probably the gal's the producer and the cameraman.
Yeah, it's definitely less than 1,000 people. I don't think people precisely know.
As a therapist myself, I know how important it is to be able to have someone that you can talk to about your problems, to bounce ideas off of, process your traumas and your stressors, especially when...
Quick video.
They might have split the group, actually. I think City Hall is west of where I am, so it's possible there's another group of protesters that they pushed in that direction. Yeah, I've seen the police using less lethal munitions, like closely lethal, what we'd call rubber bullets. They've used a couple flashbangs, and they just physically pushed people back. I've seen a couple people in the crowd throw water bottles.
Thanks. Appreciate you.
But there's not a ton direct, frankly,
Qualify the qualification. Appreciate that. Aloha.
the ones who've been pushing the group that I've been with are LAPD. I've also
Shouldn't you be down there in Little Tokyo?
CHP and some sheriff's department. I'm not sure which department, but they had sheriff on their best. I haven't seen federal police pushing the crowd back. As far as I can tell, the last time I saw either National Guard
Aloha.
or federal police, DHS, CPD, ICE, I don't think they were ICE, back at the federal building. I don't think they followed at least the group that I saw. These all look like local.
They just want everybody to go home now. Protest is over. Yeah, I mean, does anybody really know the issue? I mean, we've been dealing with this for ever since I started in the PD, 1982. And it still hasn't resolved itself. The politicians don't want it resolved. They want lemmings. They want lemmings. People that just, spread the poverty, destroy the middle class. Just ask the Germans in 1939 how 1/3 of the country got suckered in to a guy named Hitler. And he not only rounded up just those of religious affiliation like the Jews, he rounded up everybody. If you were an intellect, if you were gay, he didn't care. He sent you to a concentration camp like Dachau or Auschwitz. I love the fact that the Israelis grabbed this climate now, activist for war. And that is Japanese over on the left. How they brought all the activists back to a holding facility and made them watch October 7th atrocities where they put babies in the ovens. And they made them all watch those movies. I would encourage anybody to go to the museum, the Holocaust Museum there in LA. Go down there. See what's going on. See if that changes your worldview. This shouldn't be happening. We should be like love is a verb says. We should just be trying to treat each other civilly. And this is not civilized. This is uncivilized behavior. And so, we need to, have people understand that, this is real stuff here when countries start spinning out of control. And this is reality. There are thousands of people on the streets of Los Angeles, and you have politicians pointing the fingers at each other. Okay, qualify that. Why are they the issue? Do you have a driver's license? Maybe the DMV's the issue. Right? Do you have a license plate on your car? Do you go down and get benefits from the United States of America? Maybe they're the issue. Nothing is free in a free country. And if people come into this country, well, I want to ask a question at the U.S. border in Tijuana. Why do they ask for your passport? Are the ICE agents in TJ the issue? Because remember, they have ICE agents. Maybe they're the issue. If I went to Guatemala, did you know every American every 3 months has to go check in and get a new passport to be in the country of Guatemala? Maybe their ICE is the issue. ICE is kidnapping legal citizens because they look illegal. Okay? Are they kidnapping them or are they stopping them? What's the difference? Because kidnapping is a felony, and anybody that they picked up is, thrown into prison. But U.S. citizens, there's a law called Terry versus Ohio, and you can actually map versus Ohio. You can actually ask somebody for their identification. If you believe you have probable cause to believe they've committed a crime, i.e., are you in this country legally or illegally? Meaning, did you come through Ellis Island like everybody else? The Germans, the Irish, the Italians, the Mexicans back in the day? Did you come through those corridors of opportunity, or did you just pay some cartel member $3,000 to push you over the fence? That's the difference. And and they're given due process. If they don't come through the front door, what due process did they take advantage of? And why is the country being jammed up in the court system to give them due process out the back door? Right? I mean, it doesn't make sense. I mean, if it makes sense to you, then that's fine. You're entitled to your opinion, but guess what? Other people are entitled to theirs. And immigrants who come to this country should come through the front door. It's that simple. Don't you believe that? Or again, are you just want to apply the laws that you like? So what's going to happen then if a car hits your car head on and you don't like the fact that that guy crossed the line? Who's at fault under your logic? Who's at fault? The guy that crossed the line or you? Because you two collided. And that's what's happening. This is no different than driving a car. Why does immigration have a higher status than driving a vehicle and two cars colliding with each other? There is no difference. The laws are the laws. You cross the line and you collide with another car because you're on the other side of the line means you're at fault. So if you come through the United States border without correctly doing it, i.e. legally, and something happens, you can't scream that, people are, picking on me. No more could you complain about the guy who crossed the yellow line. Are they in Santa Ana? This team here is about ready to go grab somebody. They're going after a leader. There you go. Look at him resist. They're going to take his mask off here. There you go, boys. Yeah. They took a guy down like that the other night who had a Molotov cocktail. The guy threw it as he was running, and it caught fire. Take his mask off so the world can see him. Thank you. There you go. Bye-bye. Let's see what the news says. It's better watching it live without a commentary from the news. Maybe they're kidnapping this guy too, right? I'm sure he's not done anything. Yeah, it's just China. They listen to the chants. Lemmings. That's exactly what, they did in a lot of these countries. They get you to, spew. Now, that was a tactical team, so they wanted him bad. So he must have done something. They got him doing something. And is that the federal building? And if so, oh no, that's Santa Ana. Peaceful protest. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. What do we want? Whose streets? Our streets. Isn't that what they said? What, 20 and 20, the summer of love? Whose streets? Our streets. Okay. Yeah. Now all these people are standing back going, hey, where'd Frank go? Oops. Party of 7 for dinner, please. Wait a minute. Party of 6. Excuse me. I don't think so. It's not your America. Love that sign. Oh, maybe it belongs to the Pilgrims. Here come the pepper guns. Yeah, that's smart. Start throwing stuff at the cops. I aim to please, Linda. I aim to please. Right? Reality check for a lot of people. So Eagle, Stars and Stripes, welcome back. They're protesting to be here holding signs insulting the country. Oh, the irony and the insanity. So true. So true. Sicily, New York. We can't cherry pick what laws to follow and what to toss away. That's exactly correct. Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on who? They must be yelling at the guy in the yellow with the face mask. He may have been the leader. You want to get the leader out before you start shooting less lethal. Thank you, Kay. I think everybody can agree that there are tens of thousands of immigrants in the system who become United States citizens every year. And guess what? America's a melting pot. Thank goodness. But now, you know, but now it's just like anybody could do whatever they want. Yeah, see if we see any green hats out there. Those are the people we gotta keep an eye on. I know Joe wants to know if anybody has a college degree in the chat. I don't know, there's one right there. Do you have one? Asking for the crowd. Here they go. Are they blowing tear gas at them? Education shaming. Exactly. Yeah. Multiple business. Yeah, 2 college degrees and a master's. There you go. I hope this helps. Applied science and nursing. Wow. Yeah, gaslighting doesn't work here. But thanks. We appreciate you playing. Appreciate you playing. We're here to watch the peaceful rioters. But you're welcome to hang around because we've done this dog and pony show. If you're new to my channel, please subscribe. You're more than welcome to come in at any time and troll or do whatever you feel you need to do. You're always welcome here. Or you can go where you feel much more comfortable, but there you go. Peaceful riders. There you go. Thank you, Mandy. Oh, here we go. I hear them. Let's go back to the AP. See what they're doing. Oh, look. They're blowing bubbles. I think they have an opening in the line there, Joe, with the bubble blowers. Welcome to jump in there with the college graduates in that line. The officers don't care. They're wearing a black band across their chest for a comrade that died. Another officer that died. That's paying respect to the world. That's paying respect. These people don't know what respect is. They're a bunch of, bubble blowing 2-year-olds with a silver spoon mentality that says, gimme, gimme, gimme. It's all about me. You know, have I shown you my selfie today? You know, this is the protesters, you know. Look at me with the cops behind me. You know, hey, you know, whatever. Okay. Cowards. You're right. They are cowards. They don't show their faces. You know, thugs. Their parents are so proud. They're proud of their humility. What is this? They tried to bury us. What? They don't. What's this thing? They don't know. He's bouncing. Just stop bouncing. Didn't they teach you how to put signs up in a protest? What is it? I think get the last sentence. Anybody get the last sentence here? You know, they got to take these people to protest school 101. Teach them better sign positioning. And, you know, look at the invisible man there with the sunglasses. Remember the invisible man from the 60s? Look at even that cop's laughing. It's like the sergeant right next to him said, hey, if this thing goes off, yeah, he says, make sure you pop the invisible man, would you? Roger that, Sergeant. Yeah. He got a chuckle out of it. They're looking at these people and they're picking their targets. If they only knew. If they only understood what was coming, right? Here they go. Repeat. Press play, repeat. Press play. There's the invisible man. Yes, you can't see me. I am invisible. I'm invisible. And when all of the non-lethal, after they refuse to leave, when it's declared an unlawful assembly, invisible man will no longer become invisible. $100 on red. If you've never been hit with one of those things, oh my gosh, they zing. They zing. Well, if they took all the ice out of Los Angeles, then how are people going to have drinks? I wish people would just, you know, recognize there are a lot of drunk people in Los Angeles, especially the politicians like the mayor and the governor. They all go to parties. They need ice. And you need to make sure that that doesn't happen, because if that happens, what in the world are they going to be putting into their vodka and tonics? You know, look at even the neighbors are bored. They're like, hey, can you guys like do something? You know, I don't, you know, what are they going to take all the ice machines too? They're going to shut down all the 7-Elevens? All the Speedway markets? Man. They need ice in LA. They need ice in New York. They need ice in they need ice in Chicago. They need ice in Florida. I mean, ice has to be everywhere. Or how are you going to have cold drinks? This is crazy. These people have got to stop yelling no ice in LA. And Atlanta needs ice. Everybody needs ice. They need it in their big gulps. We need ice. I need ice. In fact, I just got this out of the refrigerator because I don't have any ice. And Karen had to put this in the fridge for me. Thank you, Tina. We need iced tea. Everybody needs ice. This is crazy. Thank you, Jenny. There we go. There we go. Ice for everybody. The summer of ice. Yeah, no, I mean, more ice. Tea needs ice. Deborah, we know, right? We know everybody needs ice. I mean, it's not, right? It's not complicated. I don't understand why these signs are going, we need ice for, this is even worse, Jenny. Oh my gosh, I forgot about ice cream. Are they talking about ice cream? Oh man, now it's a whole new level. It is an absolute whole new level. We need ice in America, more ice in LA. Just like, you know, now and like, I'm now thirsty myself. Peaceful protest, she's screaming at the top of her lungs. No more ice, 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 baby. Ice in the Kool-Aid. Exactly. Ice lattes, I need it. Summer of ice. It's coming. The summer of 2025. Fridge on the Blitz. Ice cream, ice mixed in margaritas, ice, ice, baby, ice cold root beer. There is nothing better than ice cold A&W root beer. And if you could put ice in it, but obviously it sounds like you're not able to do that in Los Angeles at something. Ice cream, you scream, we all scream for ice cream. Thank you, Roxanne. Oh man, what kind of shot is this? The cameraman's arms must be getting tired. He says, hey, the producer is going, hey, get shots of the sneakers, would you? Yeah, exactly. You know, make sure everybody's, you know, aware that there is no need for ice, iced coffee, ice, you know, 7-Up. I mean, what are they going to do when they go to an In-N-Out burger and there's no ice in the drink machine? How are you going to get a 7-Up? How's that going to happen? I'm confused. Ice cold beer. Wait till the Marines get there. And then they find out at the end of their duty that there is no, oh, here we go. This ought to be fun. Oh, one down. Is that the invisible man they took? Did they just take the invisible man? Oh my gosh, he's not invisible. What the heck? Is that the invisible man they just snatched and grabbed? Oh. Man, I still got it. I can still call him as you see him. Did you guys see that? He reached out in the crowd like he F-hutting and touched someone. And they pulled him back. The invisible man is no longer invisible. Now they're gonna, oh, they're throwing stuff. It's not a good idea because you're gonna get hit. There you go, photo opportunities. There they go. Oh, they're gonna get another one. Oh, yes. 2 for $1. Coupon night in LA. Coupon night, 2 for $1. Oh my gosh, this is great. Wow. let's see, Invisible Man is gone. Oh, now they just jump streams over. They don't want to see people getting arrested because that will slow the ratings down. Look at that. Hook them up. Hook them and book them. Roll Tide. For my Alabama my Groupon. You know what? That is a great point. There are a lot of stores around there. They may have gone online, see if they get a coupon deal. You know, 2 for $1. You know, $50 says they put ice on him. If he's got any, he's gonna whine and say, you know, I got an owie. Okay, no problem. Get him some ice. And then somebody's gonna yell from the crowd, no ice, no ice. My gosh, hook 'em horns. There you go. Hook 'em and book 'em. Yeah, they're all about. They're all ready to about, you know, the Hater Farm. Absolutely love your name. Absolutely, this is so. There's another invisible. Oh, she looks like a presser. But the Invisible Man is gone. He just vanished. That was quick. You know, the Invisible Man just, boom, he's outie. Move him out, raw, exactly. Wait till the horses come. Did you guys see the horses last night? You know, free the people. Yes, free the people. Free them all. Bring them back. Oh, here comes another one. It's attention Kmart shoppers. Blue light special, aisle 4. Blue light special, aisle 4. Aisle 4. We get another one? No. No, you're not going to get banned. We love having you clean up aisle 4. Exactly, Merleys. Clean up aisle 4. Attention, Kmart shoppers. We have a special on the aisle. We have Invisible Man and 2 of his friends. Available for processing now. Oh yeah, that's one of the reasons she married me. And when you work homicide as long as I have, you got to have a sense of humor. This guy here, he's ready to go, man. I love it. That's a non-lethal 40 that shoots those foam projectiles or rubber projectiles. Look see, they're picking their target. And when they hit him, what they're going to do is skip it to his ankles to get him to go down. And then they're going to, this guy here looks like Tackleberry. Remember from Police Story? Whoa, 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 whoa. I love these guys and gals. Yeah. Here we go. Fellas. They got all the left lethal in the front. And notice everybody comes up together. Because, you know, they're see how they shoot it towards the ground? What's happening is it's skipping. And it comes up about 3 inches. And it hits you in the ankles. Oh, man, that hurts. Man, oh man. You know. Oh, there they go. They're, let's see if they get one. Oh, they're hitting them with the PR-24. Okay. That's the equalizer. Oh, they got one. You know, they got one. There you go. $4.25. There you go. Throw stuff, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. There you go. A reporter got shot yesterday. Yeah, it's called a riot. I know, right? Thank you. Yeah, as Bob, don't you love that? I mean, you know, 2 for $1. Another great guy right there. Another great PD guy. Yeah. Need some ice. Thank you, Mary. We're having fun. And, you know, it's amazing. You know, they won't let, if you've just joined us here, please hit that like and subscribe button and share this with all of your friends and family. And, you know, bring them the entertainment opportunity to the interview room where we're watching the peaceful riot protesters. And we're enjoying a little commentary simultaneously. One of the things, yeah, thanks. Yeah, still human beings, you're right. The police, you're 100% right. The police officers should not be having things thrown at them. And thank you for listening for many years. I'm very grateful, and I'm sure you'll listen for many more, because I'll be here for quite some time. These are human beings, you're right, but they don't want ice. And without ice in Los Angeles, nobody can have a cold drink. You can't even go to In-N-Out Burger without ice and use the machine. This is great. You know, I'm so sorry. Man, you know, everybody needs ice in their Cokes, in their beer. You know, they want an ice cold beer, they want a margarita, they want a vodka and tonic, they want you know, whatever people drink. You know, everybody wants ice. Why do these people not want ice? I don't get it. And oh, look, you know, Gaza's here. They're here tonight. And I think, you know, the climate change activists just got woken up today because the IDF just made her watch the attacks from October 7th. And there's another invisible man right there. Oh, yeah, get her on TV. And let's see. Another invisible person. Yeah, thank you so much. I am live. Yeah, Greta Thunberg. Exactly. Oh, that's hysterical. I haven't heard that one. Well, I mean, guys in the chat, we're all here together, right? Right? We're all in this together, but how many of us are calling for eliminating ICE out of our society when you and I both know we'd have to get rid of every refrigerator in every house, not only in California, but everywhere. We'd even have to, you know, I don't know, there's a lot of problems with that concept. There's a lot of concepts there. So people don't matter. No, people do matter. Yeah, everybody matters. I mean, we're all organized matter, right? We're just organized cells, and you know, we're all matter. We're just microcosms of the universe. Thank you, Linda, so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and thank you, Sharon. I got to thank you. Kelly, thank you for being a new member. So excited to have you guys on board here, and you know, to have each and everybody here. Frozen water matter. Exactly. We want ice in Pittsburgh. I know, right, Donna? Everybody wants ice. Okay, thanks, Karen. Have a good night. Feelings. Yes, feelings. It's all about feelings, right? All about feelings. Oh, here's an interesting flag for California. No feelings. I love my dog. I have feelings. I love my wife. I love the people. You know, it's interesting because, people didn't love us when this was going on in 92. They didn't care about our feelings. Nobody cares about the officers' feelings. It's all about the invisible people there on the left. It's never about the police. It's never about the victims. It's always about the suspects and bringing them justice. Brian Koberger, get him justice. And there are YouTube channels out there that defend that. That's where you belong. Over here, I defend law and order, victims, and families. It's that simple. And I've been doing that for hundreds of years. Hundreds of years. Yeah, Joe, and did you know my partner was black? Did you know that? I'll tell him. Hey, John, if you're listening, tell Joe how you feel about his comment about you. I can't believe these people exist. Man, oh man. In fact, let me pull a picture of him up. That way, Joe can feel better about himself. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, here come the motorcycles again. Here come the mini bikes. Somebody's going to hit one of those guys with one of those rounds. It's just a matter of time. An exciting time to be alive, actually, folks. It's a great time to be an American and to have freedom and to recognize all of the great people that have sacrificed everything, right? I'll just show a couple pictures while we're waiting for the helicopters. Hang on. All right. There's John. John, if you're watching, Joe has a problem with you. I don't get it. I do not get it. This is we're at a conference. Whoops. Bring that back up. Sorry. We're at a conference here. Yeah. Yeah, give John a shout out. It's a great idea. Johnny, if you're listening. Sebron, if you're out there. Bobby knows Johnny. But of course, people jump to conclusions. They always jump to, hey, whatever. Yeah, I can't tell you how many transgenders, how many Hispanic people, how many African American people, how many dead bodies I've stood over. Yeah, because I was, inconsiderate, not sensitive to feelings. But I'm just curious how many bodies have you stood over? Oh, let me think. None. Got it. Got it. He is. He's a cool dude. Been friends for 30 years. Tater Farm, I see. It depends on, see how much tear gas and least lethal they just used, and look how it just calmed down. But if they keep it at this pace, this crowd like this will dissipate. If it goes back towards like downtown, like this one, it could go sideways. You know what I mean? Callie, how are you? Tell your son thank you for his service. We're so grateful. Yeah, they may have gotten Invisible Man may have been the leader. There they go. Chanting again. Yeah, just chants. Chants, chants, chants. They're going to start dancing. Okay, that's cool. This one shows both sides of the coin. So they have a lot of PD guys there tonight. They also called in for mutual aid. So I think, let's see, it's 8 o'clock now. By the time the sun goes down, they got the bus there now tonight for arresting or transporting more officers in. They probably have a staging area now. They're going to get the military, 2 7s coming out of Palm Springs, the Marines. They're only going to be there to preserve, the safety of the federal buildings and the officers there. Sunsets at 8:04, says Tracy. So once that starts, the sun goes down, it should get pretty interesting. And we'll know within the next hour. We'll know within the next hour if it's going to go, crazy. As Prince would say, let's go crazy. Yeah, then comes the after 10 crowd. And we wake up with the headlines tomorrow. Hang on for a minute. I'm going to go grab my phone. I'll be right back. Let me move you back over to the dance festival. I'll be right back.
sometimes at concerts or other situations of unrest. They use that because they
All
start
right,
to
well,
make
we
some
have to
arrests,
break from
mass arrests,
American
and they will
Bandstand and
rounding up
take
the
you
people who
to
are
breaking news on the other side of
detaining and
Los
putting
Angeles.
taking into custody. So perhaps that signals what their intentions are over the next hour or so. But for now, we are just watching as they are kind of keeping an eye on the protesters. And as you said, what a difference in the tone tonight. In fact, as you look back over there, someone started playing some music, and the protesters have actually, you can see the signs kind of going up and down. Some of the protesters are dancing. So peaceful at this point, kind of a waiting game, certainly on both sides, each side looking at the other, waiting to see what their next move will be. Certainly we are hoping that it stays peaceful and calm and that there is no escalation. Sorry, I'm trying to listen to what they're saying here. You know, that's usually when they're announcing that, you know, you have to get out of here, you have to go home, or you do face arrest. And again, as I said, we saw them just recently pull up that white bus, which might indicate they want to have that at the ready should there be some people who decide not to disperse. So that's the situation here at 2nd and Alameda at this point. Pretty calm, much different than yesterday where, you know, as Mike was saying, by this point, we'd already seen a lot of destruction and a lot of damage, and the mood seemed to be escalating last night. At this point tonight, that does not seem to be the case. Things remaining pretty calm here, which is just the way we like it.
Yeah, well, they might be at the ready in case they do declare an unlawful assembly, but our Mike Rogers was telling us so far that hasn't happened. Lori, were you able to hear what they were saying over the loudspeaker there?
I couldn't. Let me try and hear. Can you hear what they're saying? No, yeah, it's muffled. We can't hear. There's too much helicopter noise, etc. But I could certainly run over and try and figure out what they're trying to say.
And Lori,
but I mean, they're obviously addressing the crowd.
You know, from your vantage point, Lori, can you tell just if the crowd has grown since you've been there? Has this crowd been getting bigger behind you?
I don't believe it has. It's stayed pretty much the same, much smaller than the crowd that we were following last night, much less boisterous and rowdy than the crowd that we were following last night. It's stayed about the same size. We thought we did see another splintered off of the crowd to the right here, and we thought that maybe they were going to join up, but they did not, and that crowd has since moved on and is not coming in this direction. So no, the crowd size has stayed the same. Some chanting starting up at this point. Someone did just throw something over towards the officers. It looks to be like an empty spray paint can or something like that. But, you know, just kind of on standby at this point.
Well, let's hope that doesn't change too much, Lori, because we know we saw it yesterday. We even saw it this afternoon where something very quickly happens and the crowd starts to run, or there's some sort of loud noise or something happens where people start taking off and running, and that creates a little bit of chaos in the community there.
It's true. And, you know, thank goodness that we have been seeing these peaceful protests, or more peaceful protests today than yesterday and over the weekend. You know, the reason why President Trump was saying that he brought in those national troops, those 2,000 National Guard troops, was because of the fact that things were getting too violent in his mind on the streets of Los Angeles when he saw those protesters in downtown LA starting on Friday. And then over the weekend, as we've been talking about, things really got heated in downtown LA as the crowds, as Mike mentioned, factioned off into different groups and went onto the freeway. There were different incidents of graffiti and just a lot of things that, obviously, local leaders here do not want to see. And as we've been talking about today, such a different picture today, and perhaps because of what local leaders have really been hammering on, just the fact that, this obviously has turned into a political situation with leaders both locally and in the state of California.
That's good to hear the media actually
Trump administration
admitting
regarding what's been happening here in California. But just the fact
because
that
they're watching their
this
city
many
get
people are out
destroyed and
here
they're
protesting,
thinking,
and
why is
for
this
days
going
now,
on?
Juan, for
This
4
needs to be
days, it
resolved.
has not stopped.
And they're
And,
admitting
if
that the
these
politicians
races
don't want it to
continue
stop.
to happen, as they are anticipated to do so, then, you know, I imagine that these protests will continue as well.
And the ripple effects are far and wide, Susie. Today, California Attorney General Rob Bonta announcing a lawsuit over the use of these National Guard troops by telling reporters that Trump has, quote, trampled the state's sovereignty, which has been a big concern to lawmakers locally and at the state level.
There's too many Americans here,
in
Linda.
downtown LA. We told you there was another one
That's the
happening in
problem.
Santa Ana as well. And we're going to
Too
bring you, of
many
course, the very latest
Americans.
throughout the night here on KCAL News, and we hope you'll join us.
And we don't, because we don't understand why nobody wants ICE.
As we know, these events are very important to everyone here in Southern
Nobody wants
California and affecting
ICE.
so many
So we've been asking
people.
ourselves
We've been
on this
talking
channel,
about,
how in the
arrests
world
made,
are you going to go to In-N-Out
detained-
Burger and
detained
have a
by
7-Up?
ICE, that was starting on Friday.
It's absolutely
Various
ridiculous.
businesses in LA County, and we want to welcome
You can't
down
even, you
to
can't
KCAL
even
News
buy
8.
ICE in LA.
And this is breaking news now at 8. Heightened
Here comes the
tension
news,
spreading
whatever.
across Southern California.
Getting ready for the
as
next
large
move here.
crowds
They're
descend on
deploying
downtown
gas
LA
now.
and Santa Ana to protest against ICE raids.
And here's the damage left behind by demonstrators,
People are-
broken
here-
windows,
here
graffiti.
is
Crews cleared
The
out and
lead,
cleaned up to
as they say
prepare
in the
for
news
more
business,
unrest.
right?
And a
If it
lesson
leads, it bleeds. Yeah, there's an officer. Yeah. Yeah, I don't even know what Trumpanzees are. What are they? Is that like the zebra they caught in Tennessee today that got out? Ice hockey, yes. The NHL, by the way, game is going on tonight. We could be watching that. Ed the Zebra, is that what they call them, Julie? You know, that was a big deal. He got out. Magas, is that like margaritas? Drank too much of the hate Kool-Aid? Sicily, New York? Margaritas? Man. Yeah. He's from Disneyland. Let's see. Beat the zombies. That's right. Hate's never made a country great. And that's why we're trying to figure out why they don't want ICE. I agree. No ice, no skating. What in the world? Man. Yeah, these guys and gals. That's right, Sherry. It's too hot not to have ice. Exactly. Pro-American. Thank you so much, Cosmic. Pro-Americans versus abuser of America. Right. I will always stand for the American flag. I will always stand for the American way. I will always stand to protect the values in America and the Constitution. In fact, this is me standing in 1992 during the riots. Like you, I stand with you. You know? Let me up this real fast. Find out where the audio went. Hang on, folks. I'm just trying to get this back up. How about now? You guys should have the sound back. The sound went away for a second. Sorry. With a crowd like this, I don't think it's going to go anywhere. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks. You know what does look good on me, though? What looks good on me are my 5 grandchildren and my wife and my family. They look great on me. Metaphors, I don't really wear a lot of metaphors. Now, I give a lot of metaphors. I don't really wear a lot. You know. So I don't know what they look like in the mirror. And so, yeah.
$10 million in a pedestrian accident, $5 million
And
in a car
you know the
accident.
interesting
These
thing
are just a
about
few of our recent results.
Heard in a wreck,
YouTube is
need
one.
a check, we're Lerner and Rowe.
There
Make
are
one
almost
call,
a billion
that's all.
videos a month put up. So that means there's a lot of material that look good on other people. I appreciate when people show who they really are. Because over here, I'm not afraid to call people out, as you haven't figured that out yet. Obviously. You know, I'm not here for your feelings. I'm here because there are riots in the streets of Los Angeles and Americans are getting close to killing each other. If you haven't figured that piece of the puzzle out, then you haven't lived. That's just my opinion. You have an opinion, I have an opinion, we all have opinions. You know. How many poor people have ever given you a job? Waiting. Do you have a job? Waiting. Oops. You failed the test. Bye. Jennifer, thank you, and tell your son thank you for his service. Tell your son thank you very much for his service. I did, Helen. David, if they abolish ICE, nobody can get a soda at 7-Eleven. We've talked about this. If all the ICE machines are taken out of Los Angeles or out of this country, how are you going to stay cool in the summer? Ridiculous. Yes, Bab says, catch up, David. Catch up. Come on, brother. And we're not going to get rid of ketchup either, or mustard. These are necessities when you go to 7-Eleven. Yeah, it's a great question. How long is this peaceful riot? Great question tonight. Here come the motorcycles. The APs just dropped their stream, so get back over here. Okay, so the news is just talking about, let me see it. What are they talking about? Looks like they got a lot more officers out there tonight than they did last night. And I think that's what's going to keep things calm. A show of force through strength. Looks like it's working. The sun's about ready to go down. It is 8:12 in Los Angeles. And that's right. Thank you, Jay Leslie. If we don't have condiments, where would people live? Exactly. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, what about all the women that have been victimized coming across for their life? David, am I in favor of ICE officers being masked, not showing badges, not showing a warrant, and deporting without due process to a foreign gulag? Okay, so you've got multiple thoughts there, right? I'm assuming you're in favor of it. That's why you put the question up. It's just an assumption. Because you're asking if I agree with you. That what I'm understanding here? I'll let you answer. And have you been to Russia? Answer that too when you get a chance. Yeah, Rachel Marin. We covered her on this channel. Not yet, Corey. But I will look it up, my friend. That's a great point, Leslie. Those numbers are actually staggering. Yeah, there could be a blue light special coming, okay? Roger that. Is this happening in Knoxville? Is it going to be the summer of love? I'll have to look it up. $1,800 protest plan across the country this Saturday. Well, I guess they're trying to secure the next election. If that's the case, we saw how that went last time. That was with a different person. I don't know if this president will put up with him. He's already threatened to set 300, 700, whatever it is, Marines here in Los Angeles. We'll see what happens. If anything, it solidifies all the things they don't want. It turns it against them instead of actually using the ballot box. What's the old saying? You take away words, you create bullets. It's crazy. But I think Americans are fed up. I mean, they're getting to a place where it's like, enough is enough. Right? And it's not going to work. It's not going to work. There are still 200 million silent Americans that have not spoken up yet. If we think about 150 million Americans voted, which were the numbers, and there are 360 million Americans in the United States, that's 210 million that have not had their voices heard yet. And if this stuff like this keeps going on in cities across the country, they'll hear from the other 210 million. It's pretty obvious. I mean, it's a no-brainer. The numbers work. The numbers will work. And that's the sad part about all of this. because that's what they tried in the 60s. And folks, we're just reliving a little history. And in the 60s, they tried it. It did not work. And, you know, it's just a repeat. Look at all of the cities that are getting destroyed. Let's think about this now. New York, Michigan, Minneapolis, or Minnesota, California, Chicago. All those cities got destroyed in the last riots back in the day. Some of them haven't even recovered. If they want round two and destroy their own civilization, then what will happen is the East Coast and the West Coast will collapse. And the people in the middle, and they're gearing up here to move out and start making, they're going to declare this an unlawful assembly, telling people to go home. They're going to start making arrests. And what will happen is the people in the middle, they'll just, look, when I was a kid, when my dad was overseas in Vietnam and stuff, and we lived in Boston, there were parts in Boston that you didn't go to. Same in New York. And you know what? We got past that. They got past that. And things like this are taking us back. There is a proper way for each and every one of these individuals to come to become an American citizen in this great country. There is a process to become that citizen. It's not rocket science. And if they choose not to take that process and take it on, then the United States will explain through this that we're a country of laws and it needs to stop. And, you know, yep, the combat zone downtown, right? Back in the day. That's what they used to call it, the combat zone. They had all the X-rated theaters. Here they go. Here go the officers. They're deploying. You know, there was also in those, my friend from Boston there. What about Columbia Point back in the day? Roxbury. Nobody went to South Boston. Nobody went to Roxbury. Nobody went to parts of Dorchester. There are no-go zones right now in Michigan. And so what's happening is people are collapsing into communities. They're not, when you, back in the day, when you would go into the city in New York or Boston or wherever, it was a melting pot. America was and still is a melting pot. But it's a melting pot full of rules, i.e. laws. Okay. And if people, you know, break those laws, well, then don't you think they should be held accountable? I mean, if you say no, then what? What law becomes next? What law is next? Look in California. They eliminated, okay, they eliminated the threshold for grand theft. It was when I was a cop, it was $265 for grand theft. Then they moved it to $465, the legislators. Then they moved it to like $799 now, or whatever it is. It's a high number. And what did these people do? They just went in and started destroying stores and taking them out. Here they go. They're going to create a barrier. They're going to trap them. They're going to try to encapsulate, and they're going to try to trap them all. I don't know why the feed just stopped again. There they go. Let me see. Let me see if I can find another feed here. Here's a good one. They're actually hooking somebody up. Take off his mask. See, that's what happens when you start hooking people up. They realize, oh, wow, this is real. And this is an outside agency. This isn't LAPD. I think this is Redondo Beach. You see their patch going by. Or Pasadena. It's like a Pasadena patches. Look, here are the rules under the Constitution of the United States. Follow the law. I'm disappointed in all the people that can't follow the law and make excuses for lawbreakers. I am very disappointed in anybody who supports lawbreakers. I stand for victims, for victim rights advocates, and those who uphold the law. It's that simple. If you can't uphold the law and you defend them, then you're the problem. You are part of the problem, not me. And I've been doing it for 42 years. I will continue to do it. I will defend Rachel Marin And I will not defend her murderer. It's that simple. And, you know, folks that don't agree with me, well, that's fine. That's your opinion. Okay? Until you get run over by a car and then ask the police to defend you because the person that ran you over broke the law. What if a police officer came to you and said, no, we're not doing that anymore. Sorry, you got run over by a car. And then you respond, well, I'm disappointed in you. You know what the officer is going to say? So what? The person broke the law. Period. That's it. And if you break the law and you defend it, you are part of the problem. And why we are watching this tonight. It's not about being disappointed in people. Who cares? You know what I care about? I want every one of these people, every single one, including the law enforcement, to go home tonight to their families. Laken Riley didn't get that chance. We had her story on this channel as well. Hundreds of kids in Los Angeles are being murdered in gang neighborhoods by gang members who are breaking the law. And if you defend them, then you don't have a voice because you're defending people that are actually hurting people. You know, look at the signs right in front of us. That guy, see you later, aloha. You do not collect $200 and you do not pass go. Period. You break the law, you suffer the consequences. It's that simple. It's not complicated. It is not complicated. That's just my opinion. And you know the other great thing about America? You can disagree with it. You can disagree all day long. And you won't offend me. You won't offend me. And let me tell you something about due process. Okay? Here's a comment here from Pixie. Great comment, Pixie. We need due process. Okay. Well, what is due process, right? What is due process? You know what due process has become? Is it, oh, there's Santa Ana PD. Okay, so this is Santa Ana. Okay, that makes sense. What due process is the ability to declare your nationality and whether or not you broke the law. Because I have a question for everybody. If you go to the border in San Ysidro and you want to go to Tijuana for the evening, did you know there's a national customs agent, a federale on the other side, who ask you, what is your nationality? And if you declare I'm an American citizen, they can choose whether or not to let you pass. They make that choice instantaneously. That's due process. Why does that not apply to the U.S. Constitution? And people just don't understand that piece of the puzzle. I don't get that. I don't get that. I mean, if you guys get that, I mean, some of you, might. That's what everybody's screaming. I mean, look at the guy they just brought back from El Salvador. I mean, he would have been better off just staying down there, to be honest with you, but everybody made a big deal of it, so they brought him back. And guess what? The feds just threw the book at him. That guy will never see the light of day, ever, in this country. He's gone. He'll be in the prison system forever. Because now they're charging him with, half a dozen federal crimes. They would have been better off just leaving it instead of making it a political football. They ruined that guy's life, actually. And there'll be many more of this. The reason they declared an unlawful assembly is to move the people so they don't vandalize and damage property. And what they're doing is they're going back and forth and saying, okay, they're picking out the leaders. See, like that guy right there? He's telling him, watch that guy. Okay? And that's what they're doing with the non-lethal. They're telling them to watch who the troublemakers are if they pick up something. This is Santa Ana. This isn't even Los Angeles. This is a suburb down the 5. And they're throwing smoke and that kind of stuff at the cops. And when you do that, they're going to react. Okay. If they gather 1,800 protests across the country this weekend, we'll see the National Guards on the streets, just like we did in the 60s. And it won't end well. And I hate to say it, the people on the receiving end, it will not end well for them. You're going to call me a prophet on Monday. I'm not. But you know what I mean, I'm being sarcastic. And if you look at the cities within the states that are having these problems, the cities that are not supporting law enforcement, look at them throwing stuff behind them. When you do that, that is not a good thing, guys. Even the cameraman turned around to get a shot of that. They're going to start shooting rubber bullets. See the guy with the milk jug? That's not good. That could be gasoline. That could be milk or mace. Thank you, Carol, for being here. You guys are really struggling in Ireland right now. And you're on the cusp. God bless you. Our prayers and thoughts are with Ireland. Yeah, the Marines are coming from 29 Palms. They're 2-7 out there, and they're not going to be very happy. They won't be very happy when they get on scene. They'll be happy to be away from the desert. If you've ever been to 29 Palms, man, it's just desolate. And, you know, these young kids don't understand that these officers have families as well. And, you know, they just want peace. They want you up on the sidewalk. You can say, scream, yell, do whatever you want. But don't start throwing stuff at the cops. Don't start graffitiing buildings and destroying property. You know, look what happened. If you go tomorrow and watch the news, I'll guarantee you the buildings in Los Angeles, etc., you know, are all going to be graffitied and tagged and all this other stuff. That's not necessary to make your voice heard. I mean, do you guys think that? I don't think that. And look at the ebb and flow of how people think and feel. See the shots behind them, in front of them. It's not a good idea. Just go home. Party's over. Like 29 stumps. Right, Jenna? The devil dog's coming up from Camp Pendleton. You're not going to want to mess with them. They're only going to be up there to protect the federal buildings. But what will happen is they'll call mutual aid, and then they'll get hundreds and hundreds of, if not 1,000 officers on the streets. You know, this is not, and by the way, in my opinion, just my opinion, this is not the way to get your cause recognized. It would have been better back in the day to just go through the process. And I wish the politicians would fix it. There are tens of thousands of great people who want to be here and work. Tens of thousands. We just need a guest workers program. You know, a lot of people don't realize that people come, hundreds and thousands of people cross the border in TJ into San Diego every single day. And guess what? They go home at night and they live in TJ. Okay? And they're great people. They're just working. We need a program like that on a national level. And if you want to then assimilate and become an American citizen, then fine. Go through the process. And bingo, you're done. You're an American. Get sworn in. Get the certificate. Welcome to America. The melting pot. Just like every other immigrant that went through Ellis Island. It's you know, that argument of we're all immigrants, you know, we all came here. Well, fine. Yes, we are. They all came, the Italians all came through Ellis Island. The Irish came through Ellis Island. The Germans came through Ellis Island. Tens of thousands of people have come through Ellis Island. It's not that complicated. But this is a political problem because they want to oppress the average American citizen because they think they hold power as a result of it. And we as Americans need to take back this country, not the politicians. Look what the governor is doing to your state, those of you in California. This is Newsom's problem. not anybody else's. The mayor, Bass in Los Angeles, is telling people how to avoid getting captured. Okay? Why do they do that? What the cops, they're picking out the leaders. They're picking out the leaders.
Throwing them 80s. Did you see that one blow up in the
Yeah, that one I got on camera when I was.
I saw you over there, bro. I go,
Scared the hell out of me. If I had a tripod, I would.
Be careful.
I've heard he wants to run for president. I don't know. Don't let him do it. Anyway, he's not going to get money.
Yeah, no, like it's just
That.
doing it or not doing it.
Look what he did just Pacific Palisades. He let that burn. Then Malibu. He let that burn. And now he's letting his city burn. Almost. You guys want that guy on a national level? Ain't happening. Folks in California, California, he's the best U-Haul salesman in the country. On the motorcycles, driving. That's who See the guy there waving his hand, telling people to start moving? That's who they're looking at, the guy on a bicycle, going back and forth. That's who they're watching. Because they're trying to figure out, okay, who are the kingpins here?
Are you on? What? Are you on? Go ahead. My truck is.
And once they identify them, then it'll be game on. And remember in '92, they started to go towards Koreatown in LA. We were actually sent in there. And the Koreans were guarding their own stores and their property, and they started shooting. And guess what? The rioters turned around and went the other way. You know what I mean? What was the name of that tune? Yeah, and you know what's sad? The great comment, watch California, watch New York. The rest of middle America doesn't care. We're watching all, and we're going, well, what did you expect? Those in the middle are watching this. And if they push Texans too far, Texans will bite. Texans will bite. And when you start, doing that, look at all the graffiti already. Look at that. Why is that necessary? And that's where this is not helping their cause. It's not helping their cause because people in middle America are watching this. And they're going, you know what I mean? No, but I've watched wildfires. I've been in them. In fact, we used to evacuate homes, and when you don't have water, yeah, you let it burn. It's that simple. It's not rocket science. Did they have water? Waiting for an answer. Oh no? Oh, they didn't.
See you later, Mikey. I'm gonna go send this back. Are you out of here? Okay. I think they parked in the courtyard. Okay. All right, I'll be here. They moved down the Huh? Down the street. I thought I should do it. Yeah.
Yeah, like Lahaina. And look what happened. You know, they're like Lahaina. They still haven't rebuilt. Yeah, they had to fish. If you start playing stupid games, you're going to get stupid prizes.
Wow.
Even the news guy said, wow.
That was close. That was like right there.
Even the news guy was like, wow, where'd that come from? Yeah, at this point, I agree with you. Anybody that's hanging around, they're just looking for trouble. They're not here for the cause. They're here for the entertainment. For TikTok and all this other stuff. Let's see if I can go try to find another feed here. Let's see what's going on in LA. No. Oh, here we go. That'd be interesting. AP just declared. Here we go. We're back in LA. So that was south of LA in Santa Ana. So you take the 5, and now LA has just declared, looks like an unlawful assembly. I did. We saw that last night, Wisdom. It was crazy. It was crazy. I thought he was trying to run them down. And these are LA sheriffs. You can see the tan uniforms there. So I think this is an overwhelming show of force here tonight. You got other agencies here. This is a mutual aid situation. So you got the tan uniforms there. That's LA Sheriff. You got LAPD on the left, or other agencies, i.e. mutual aid. And they're at the end of the street here. Those are sheriffs. Thank you, Wisdom, for the donation as well. Sure do appreciate that. Yeah, that's LASD and some other agencies in between there. See the police? And now they're sitting down. These folks don't realize if they get hooked up, they're going to get put in the system and then they're going to get deported. '92 was insane. Those riots were just absolutely insane. This is a cakewalk right now. Right now, it can go sideways rather quickly. But see, they're about ready. They're stacking up right now. They're going to stomp this down. This was like day 3 in '92. I'll share that picture with you real fast again. So this was, we were in Compton here. Mustaches were mandatory. Okay. See here, they're bringing in the buses now. These are the arrest buses. Okay. And look at all the buildings behind us. They were all burnt down. They burnt them down. It was insanity. When we went in, they were throwing everything at us. We got to Koreatown. We went from Compton to Koreatown, and they were shooting. They were shooting at us coming in. That's for arrest. So they're going to start hooking people up. You're very welcome. And thank you for that kindness. Yes, exactly. And here's the sad part, right? Those neighborhoods have never recovered. They're still burnt out buildings from 1992. He's probably, I can't tell if he's the incident commander. Does he have a something on his collar? Can tell if he's a lieutenant or a captain. Yeah, Yorkie now. Your party buses arrived. I know, right? You know, if I was in that crowd, I'd be going right now. Well, here you go. Bye bye. Yeah, interview them. Unfortunately, I didn't go home. Okay, thank you. You got your feed. Yeah. There we go. It's the party bus. Here, let me make sure all of the seatbelts are working. Yep, they're all working. Thank you. River, appreciate you. Yeah, I'm innocent. I've done nothing. Why is this happening? Now, what the news just did, they got their advertising dollars taken care of by getting a comment. But what they just did is scared the crud out of everybody else who's going to watch this and realize, uh-oh, they're putting us on buses. So by airing this like this, they think, they're doing a service. But what they're really doing is they're scaring thousands of people and telling them to go home. So this whole process is going to backfire. And this is going to happen if they form and take over the streets on Saturdays. Because at that point, the federal government's going to step up and say, okay, fine. We've seen this drill before. We've been doing this for quite some time. No, because you see, they're not going into the bail system. If they are immigrants illegally here, according to the federal government, they will go to ICE and they're gone. What's his shirt say? Very humane treatment. Thank you, Laura. Hello, mate. Yeah, these are all the folks that it could, if you're in the direct line of sight of the beam coming downstream, it could cause you dizziness. You could throw up, ring your ears. And thank you for the super chat. Yeah, these are probably from earlier. Those sound like gunshots. That's fireworks. Yeah, there's no sound on the video, Valerie. So a rock throwing agitator has been identified by the FBI as search warrants currently being served. Yeah. Yeah. No, they're not talking right now. They're just standing around here hooking people up. It all awake girly. It all depends what their threat level is. They may hook them in the front. They may, hook them up with their hand cut, but they got zip ties. And those sounds there are very suspicious. See, even they're turning around. I hope that's fireworks. You guys hear that? Hang on, there it is. Sorry, my bad. No, this is a LA feed, Valerie. Okay, so they're hooking people up somewhere else and they're bringing them in here. So this is the party bus, right, where they're going to transport him. But you see that the gal here is your supervisor. She's probably the watch commander. And notice he's showing her the booking paper and the charges, and she's taking a picture of it. Did you see that? Well, if they're potentially, not within the country legally, that's probably going to go to ICE. And they're going to put a detainer on that, and they're gone at that point. They're out. You see right there, he's going to show the paper. There, she's going to take a picture of it. Right there. So somewhere, I don't know if you guys know where that feed is, where they're hooking these folks up. I'd like to get over there and see where that's at. But see, they're bringing them in behind the bus. They're searching them. Yeah, I think there were like 5 Waymo cars. These are these self-driving cars, and they're like $2 million a piece. I mean, that's like $10 million worth of vandalism just between those cars. Unbelievable. They lit those things on fire. Well, I mean, they made every Twitter feed in the country. If they are not U.S. citizens, I would say yes, they're gone. Yes, he will be held on federal charges. Now you see, you start showing more of this stuff, and it starts to hit, the news feeds, the social media feeds, and this stuff starts deterring folks from tomorrow night. And then we'll see a lot of this potentially, you know, in the social media feeds and Twitter and all that stuff. And they're gonna tell everybody who they arrested. No, Shannon, I agree with you, but at the same time, it is also going to have, you know, potentially another effect where, you know, if you're illegal and you're watching this, you may be going, you know what, let's just stay home. And that's the goal they're looking for. They're going through this guy's backpack. If they find other things in there, this is called search incident to the arrest. They have a legal right to search that bag. And if they find other stuff in there, they're going to charge them with that too. So LAPD has started to move in and start making arrests, and they brought this bus in here, so you can see they're still flex cuffed behind their back, so they are not removing the flex cuffs. And these individuals will be taken to the county, and they will be booked on various charges, whatever, you know, they probably failing to disperse for an unlawful assembly. There could be some other things in there if they find things in their bags, you know, like rocks or something like that. Their charges could keep going. But there's a whole bunch of people here. So they're hooking these people up somewhere, and they're not letting us see where they're at. The news media, they got them contained right here. I mean, frankly, I'd like to know where they are. Take you guys there.
You gotta be on the sidewalk. It's not fast enough either.
I've been surfing trying to find another lead. Well, they may drop the charges and then just deport them. But if that's if they're, not here legally. They're gone. But if they're U.S. citizens, depends on if they've committed a federal crime. If any of these individuals that had thrown something or done something like that, not to an LAPD officer but to a federal officer, then they're gone. They're going to hold them.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're making a lot of arrests. There's a lot going on, even in Dallas. I don't see anything in Houston. I see it happening in Dallas. I'm trying to find a feed there. But this one here. Check this out. Look at this show of force. Look at that. Yeah, they were serious tonight, folks. They were very serious tonight. Check this one out. These are the sheriffs, LA sheriff. They're boxing them in now. That's why we're starting to see arrests. But it looks like they compressed them. And now they're getting nervous because they got no place to go. And this is what will happen. They'll be ready on Saturday if this goes sideways across the nation, because you know, there are what they call, there are fusion centers across the United States. And what fusion centers are, they came to be post 9/11 as intelligence centers around the country. There are 24 national centers, but there are literally probably 80 fusion centers around the U.S. And all of this information starts getting fed into the fusion center, i.e. they start monitoring. And that guy right there with the sweatshirt, he will be one of the first invisible men to go. If they start making a move, you're going to see anybody with a mask like that, they're going to reach out and touch someone. And anyway, what a fusion center does is they monitor all the social media feeds around the country. They have capability. Okay, here they go. They're starting to move right now. And now you're going to start seeing people running / getting brought into custody. Because if they have the buses, that means they are not playing right now. They're going to start hooking people up. Now, what they may be doing is pushing them to where all the other LAPD guys are. When they start doing stuff like that, you know, throwing really serious fireworks and that kind of stuff, that's dangerous stuff. You see, the guys behind here is the arrest team. So it would be like, you know, parting the Red Sea. The green guys in the front line will open up and the arrest team will come in right behind them and grab the target that they got. When they identify who's throwing those serious fireworks like that, game on. Here's a shot from overhead. Look at all the police cars behind them. I think that's Orange County. I stand corrected. That's not Los Angeles County. So this is a mutual aid situation. So they've reached out to everybody. So that's the crowd size that they're looking at in front of them. Now they're going to move that arrest team. You see that? There they go.
Where's Whittier? Somewhere in Whittier.
I'd be lying to say no. But yes. However, they just got a busload over here. They're filling up buses now. They're hooking up people. Look at the show of force. That is a lot of popo. It's a lot of popo. Oops, hang on. I don't know where my feed went. Stay with me. Again, for some reason, my computer keeps overheating. Thanks. Okay, here we go. They're throwing big time fireworks. They're going to start shooting less lethal.
There as well, which I'm sure is not from law enforcement.
Okay, I'm going to go to this one right here.
Obviously, it's difficult for them to see through the smoke, but
Cal.
this is why they came with 3 city blocks of cops to be able to facilitate what they need to do here. They've kind of stopped that smoke. I don't know if it was smoke or tear gas, but it definitely helped create distance between the officers and the deputies and the crowd there. And then, they'll have to, once they get out of this little corridor here on 2nd Street, if they push further, the law enforcement's going to have to get wider to be able to cover, some of the ground as they come into the intersection. So they'll make some sort of tactical plan, I'm sure, and try to figure out how to do this and see what these guys are doing. You see the officers, I can't tell what they just...
They picked up something.
Yeah, I went over there and grabbed something. I can't really tell what it was, but yeah, they went over there and grabbed something and brought it back. And so, it's interesting because you've got the front group on that line. You see some people sitting, they've got their hands up, but then from the back of the crowd, you have that. You have people throwing fireworks. There's a bottle right there. So it's a really interesting picture when you see the people in the front trying to say, no, our hands are up, we're not doing anything. And then in the back of the crowd, they're throwing water bottles and fireworks.
Yeah, wow, look at that.
Okay.
Oh, throwing them directly.
Tom is on the ground. Tom, what are you seeing? This is getting pretty crazy.
Yeah, it was getting pretty crazy. We just moved back because at this point, there's no way that police are not going to respond to these fireworks and the other projectiles that are being thrown. So it's only a matter of time before this escalates even further. And you know that police will move in at some point. We're just concerned that if they did something sudden and the crowd, surged back toward us, we would get trampled. Obviously, it's been so chaotic here. And I'm sure you can probably see from the chopper shot that, there's just a lot of stuff being thrown. And as that escalates, it's just going to make this even more dangerous. It's just this simmering thing right now that will ultimately come to a boil. There's no question about it. And it's kind of, I don't even know if you can tell when you hear those booms, like that boom it's very loud. I mean, it is like an explosion, it sounds like. I mean, it's like a firecracker that's like going off in your ear. It's so loud. It's really surreal, honestly, looking at the way this is playing out. And I'm sure
the guy with the leaf blower right there? He's blowing back tear gas.
Well, it's interesting.
This is organized.
And which we saw happen last night too. With
the guy right there, he's going back to the light.
Officers would try to.
That's their bag of tricks.
Like a soccer play.
Say a bad game of soccer.
He's blowing.
So now
back
it's
the gas.
pretty incredible. I ask you this question, Mike. We know these are primarily Ventura County police or police from other jurisdictions. So LAPD. You can see the PDs. They observing all of this, and maybe they'll make something. They surround, create a perimeter.
Yeah, and I'm trying to look.
They have enough of them.
CHP's got a fixed wing aircraft above, so they have at least have eyes on it that way. Certainly, we're in a mutual aid situation. Ventura County Sheriff, CHP, absolutely could call an unlawful assembly. Now, they just don't, LAPD is kind enough to tweet it for us, so we can keep an eye on when that happens. But these officers certainly could be able to do that. Everybody you see in the black is CHP. That's primarily their special response team, mixed in with other officers as well. And then behind them, and it looks like those guys are a little bit further back now, but behind them, that's where we saw the Ventura County, right there, that second line, is the Ventura County Sheriff's deputies. So you've got that front line, and the reason that CHP is probably in front is because they appear to be a little bit more.
I don't know if this
prepared for
guy's
the
getting
situation.
paid
They're
to
in
do
some
that.
A bit more tactical gear.
I'm just,
there as you see,
I
and
can
then we'll
just
have
tell
this
you
situation here where now you've got this big
that's a
gap between
great
the protesters
question,
and the officers, and then
that
eventually the
they
protesters
came
will start.
prepared for a fight. This is not
See,
a
that I
protest.
think was CHP throwing something.
It
This
looked
is
like
a
it looked
riot.
like one of the
And they're gonna
protesters came,
start
picked
hitting
something
them.
up,
There you
had
go, right
his or
there.
her hands in the air, and then was hit by
Yeah.
something coming from the other direction.
So
They're gonna start.
Yeah, there should be an officer, I think, on the right side of the screen that's got a launcher that they were launching. This is what we saw them do
Yeah,
last night.
they're
too.
launching 40
that is
cals.
launching the tear gas canisters over the crowd.
Non-lethal.
They have some good distance
They'll
on those
start
things,
shooting
too. They
rubber
were able to
bullets.
shoot them pretty far to get them into the crowd.
So,
And you
yeah,
saw
see the
it
guy right there with
So
the
that
yellow
guy's seen
gun?
him moving around
That
with
is
the
the
black.
non-lethal guy.
Yeah, so that's one
So
of
he's
those tear
loading it
gas
up with a
launchers.
40 cal
And it was
canister.
very effective on the crowd. And John, if you can go back over to the crowd, I want to see how far back they went. Because that's what we saw yesterday too on the freeway. It doesn't feel good, and so this will really weed out the people who are like, okay, it's time to go home, and the other people who are here to cause problems.
They,
And as you
they
see the
popped
crowd,
him a couple
start
times
to
and they all
move,
started.
I believe that is down Alameda, John.
Look at this guy up on the
I'm sorry, I
right.
keep saying Alameda, San Pedro. So they're now moving kind of in a southwesterly direction down South San Pedro.
There is no way, I'm asking a question, are they concerned about the exits? Do they have them blocked off, or do they feel they don't need to do that?
I think at this point, we're pretty far and they're moving in the opposite direction of the freeway.
Okay.
So I don't think that we're in a situation, unless they were to circle back and go back to the north, we're moving away from the freeway pretty significantly away. So I think we're okay on the freeway right now.
And they also have to think about the buildings above them. There are a lot of tall buildings, rooftops all around them that they also have to, keep an eye on from all directions. And they were really holding their line, exercising a lot of restraint. And then you saw from the crowd projectiles, fireworks. At one point, there were little fires started in that police line. And that's when they really started responding.
It really is. And, I was even having a conversation with our executive producer about the temperature of this crowd. And when we had talked, it was like, yes, the protesters are there, the cops are there, but things seemed to be okay. And then all of a sudden it wasn't.
Okay, let's go back to our Tom Wade. He's back online with us. Tom, are you still hearing loud bangs and... Yeah, you are.
Oh yeah, I mean it's nonstop, right, Pat? It's going nonstop, and I can tell you though, it looks like but now they're like firing into the walls. It looks like. I mean, I don't even know where they're aiming these things, but it looks like a lot of the people in the crowd have dropped back, and it looks like some were hit by tear gas because they're trying to clear drives. Yeah, they're still firing these fireworks into. One of them looked like it was shot to a building, but they do look like they're being fired at police. But as you probably have that better vantage point, whether or not I can't tell if they're coming from the police or from the CHP.
Yeah, those are from CHP.
But yeah,
Tom.
people are dropping back. Oh, they are. Okay, yeah. I mean, that's what I thought. The other ones, I could kind of tell when you were saying that it was coming from CHP. It's a different sound, and I could see there one of our other news stations. Their truck was trapped in the crowd. They're trying to get out. Obviously this is so volatile. Thankfully we were parked a little bit further away, and I'm sure they're just relieved to get out of there. But yeah, you can see now, or I can even see now from this vantage point, it looks like they've really cleared out a lot of the people. There are still, a scattered bunch of crowd, and I can tell they're about to surge again. They're moving back toward us, and then they kind of charge back toward the office. And I don't know if they're like making a barricade. It sounded like they knocked something over. Yeah, oh wow. Okay, they're all surging toward, and perhaps like a car, I think. Oh my gosh, this is nuts. Okay, so they're all, you might be able to see they're like behind a car right now. Now everyone's running. Oop, now everyone's running. All right, everyone's running.
Oh, that's a trash can. Are there people pushing the trash can?
They gave it one good push and go right into the officers.
Oh, the one guy stopped it.
Yeah.
All right, so that was just being annoying, if you will.
Right.
Right. Thank goodness there was nothing in the dumpster.
And now you've got the crowd that has splintered. Some of them went down San Pedro. Some of them are down on 2nd Street, which is good because it makes the crowd smaller. but at the same time, it makes it kind of harder for law enforcement to figure out which way they want to go. So we'll probably see law enforcement stay at this intersection until they can figure out how they want to push, or if they'll split and push both ways. We'll have to see how they handle it, but they've had to kind of spread out now because of the distance and the wide area now that they're sitting in here at the intersection.
And thank goodness we don't see stores being vandalized.
Yeah.
And last night they were at, was it an AM, PM, or a gas station?
Yes, like a Chevron or something, I think.
Downtown?
Yeah, and that's when, and I think that's where Lori was. That's where the van thing happened. And as soon as they got there, all the lights at the gas station turned off, and that business was like, no, thank you, we don't want any of this. And then they kind of, stayed there for a while. They lit 2 trash cans on fire there. They didn't really do any damage to it, but they hung out there for a pretty decent amount of time.
Well, I'm sure law enforcement is stationed in various locations. We're seeing a majority of them now, as you mentioned, though, but they aren't LAPD. So obviously, LAPD is at different locations that we're not necessarily focused on right now.
Right.
Which is helpful.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and that's the design of mutual aid, is that last night what was happening is these guys would move, and so we had a pocket that was almost in, Chinatown, and then all of a sudden they popped up near LA Live, which geographically is the total opposite end of downtown, and it made it difficult for LAPD to hurry up and get over there.
Okay, they're doing something. They're moving in.
Yeah, they've got those pepper balls.
Did you know that your life insurance policy is an asset that you can sell? Hi, I'm Jay Jackson. I'm the CEO of Abacus Life, and for almost 20 years, we've been purchasing life insurance.
Well, they seem to be moving.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good.
Yeah, it seems to be working, and let's see, they seem definitely more at the ready now, and an increased number as far as the line. They're 2 or 3 deep in some instances, and they have been taking a lot of projectiles, fireworks. At one point there was a small fire started where they were now a dumpster that they had to fend off. So they are, they've been on defense for a while now, and then they went on offense and dispersed the crowd.
You know, I haven't heard about any more arrests. You wonder if they're still doing that, if they're still taking people into custody. I know that was a rather different location where they had those buses.
Yeah, I actually think, John, can you show that to us? John's in a spot, Sky Cal is who I'm referring to when I talk about John. He's in a spot where he can usually see both.
Well, look at this one. Look at this one. Man. This is Orange County Sheriff's Department. Look at their surging on the cops. They're coming at them. Thanks, Linda. Be safe. Thank you for being here today.
talking, but I mean, we're just, just a little back from it at 2nd and San Pedro. So the crowd is dispersed, as I'm sure you can probably see a bit, but there's still a lot of people that are still here. It's just more scattered, and we're still hearing these huge booms, and I don't know where those are coming from, if those are from the CHP or the officers or from the people here in the street. But yeah, there's people lingering. There's a number of people kind of watching on the side. That has to be from the CHP. Those two boom sounds. Yeah, I don't. What is that, Mike? Is that a flash bomb or is that?
It's a mix of tear. Sometimes they're using tear gas. Most of the time they're using tear gas, but they're shooting it out of a launcher. So it shoots and then it kind of, I don't want to say explodes, but ignites, and so it looks like a firework. We see it flash like a firework, but it's actually a canister of tear gas.
I wonder where they're shooting it because we're directly in front of them and I don't see them landing. I did see one. Oh wait, I think I see where one of them hit, but we're like directly in front of them. I mean, obviously down the street. So I'm wondering which direction are they firing it toward, like to San Pedro?
Yeah, they're standing in the intersection.
Are they
and
landing on
shooting
2nd?
It towards San Pedro. So there's a couple of officers right there on the corner of the
yeah.
intersection, and then shooting it down San Pedro.
Okay.
That's why the guy had the blow.
It looks like some of the folks that are here still are kind of moving back toward the intersection now. It definitely feels like, like they're not ready to give up this confrontation. But, I would say officers and CHP will have them outnumbered pretty shortly if they don't already.
Well, we're looking at a number of people in your shot where they just look like they're looky-loos, or they're there just to see what they can see. Some of them are holding flags. Others we can see running. And a lot of people they're live streaming. They're using this as a social media event. You can tell.
Yeah, exactly, Pat. Yeah, that's so true. Everyone's running again, so that must mean they fired some sort of pepper spray.
Wishing they were home watching Netflix now.
Because everybody's surging back, and you could hear the rapid fire, boom, boom, boom. They are being more aggressive, meaning the CHP or the officers, and it's in succession, and it's there's a woman I can hear just to my left. She's offering people eye washing if they've been affected by the pepper spray. I actually can't feel any of it yet or taste it. What I can smell and sort of taste is the smell of paint, because people are tagging the buildings, and the smell is so strong. At first I thought it was pepper spray, and I just saw the guy next to me, he's moved. He had a huge can of red spray paint in his back pocket, and I don't know if it was him or someone else who has red spray paint, but the building to my right, this federal something building, has got a bunch of red tagged spray paint stuff all over the walls. So there you go. But yeah, I mean, I think I'm seeing more officers now, and I'm seeing fewer in the crowd. You can tell that these tactics are having the desired effect for LAPD officers. There's much fewer people here, and I think that the just sort of shock and awe of the boom, boom, and then
that's what you got to do.
Of the tear gas, it's enough to. I mean, that stuff is very effective. There are people here that have gas masks on, though. There's a lot of people, and sort of face masks as well. But I think there are people here with goggles and all kinds of things to try to stop the spray paint from. Or not spray paint, from the pepper spray from affecting them.
And Tom, you're on 2nd Street, or you're on 2nd Street, right?
Yeah, I'm on 2nd Street. I'm looking at the San Pedro sign. Yeah, I'm looking at from my vantage point, so I can see the San Pedro street sign, like from the.
That's a great question.
Traffic light from where I'm standing.
I don't think anybody knows at this point yet.
We were right on top of it.
And if they come out
it was
again,
too tense and too volatile.
In the next,
like our photographer here, Anna, who's doing an
weekend,
amazing
or
job,
somebody was saying,
was like, this is the
across the
moment.
country, this is going to be the response,
I think the
and it's going to be
started
rapid.
Engaging and deploying their less than lethal tactics.
Well, it's I don't think you can see from our vantage point, Tom, but where those officers have apparently, CHP, a lot of them have moved from that front line position further into the crowd, and we've seen the crowd periodically move up these dumpsters, and it almost looked like they were trying to form a line full of dumpsters, as if that would stop law enforcement from coming through. And now we see a vehicle going pretty fast here. Looks like they're going to drive, try to be closer. Now they're going to turn around.
And Pat, I think the officers are pushing forward too. They may be doing that move where they rush forward. Oh,
Yeah,
and there's
vehicle was, you know, this car was going to try to go through, but no, they turned around. And they're coming back in the opposite direction.
Which really is the best
okay,
situation,
so I don't know. The crowd's responding again. They're kind of pushing back, but I can't really see. Oh, I see. Oh, look, you can see. Yeah, the officers have now formed a line and they're moving further and further down 2nd Street, and they are pushing the crowd back to the point where. They've almost cleared the entire crowd. Now that a little scary there for a second. I thought there's a Toyota Corolla that accelerated very quickly toward the officers, and it was unclear what it was going to do, but the driver turned around now. So that's good. Everything just seems volatile right now, right? After several days of this, you just don't know. Yeah, no, this is all right.
and Tom, I want to just point out to our viewers really quickly, if we can, put the inset back with Tom in the helicopter, because so where Tom is on 2nd Street, where SkyCal is San Pedro Street. Now you have the officers at the intersection there. They have split into 2 lines. So you have a line of officers that are walking down 2nd Street to where Tom is, and then you have a second line of officers that is walking down San Pedro Street. So earlier when we talked about how on 2nd Street there were 3 blocks of law enforcement officers that were moving through the area, that's why, so that they could split, and half of them could go down 2nd Street and half of them could go down San Pedro Street. As we begin shortly here, KCAL News at 10, Juan Fernandez, Susie Sa here with us at the anchor desk. This is certainly the most activity we have seen in quite some time tonight, guys.
You know, we thought it was a quieter evening when we came to you last. First of all, during the 7 o'clock hours when we saw the protests really thin out, and the crowds were really thinning out, and there were no dispersal orders.
You play stupid games and you win stupid prizes.
Police did have some big vans or a big bus ready to detain people if need be, but we actually didn't see that happen.
By the time that we handed over the newscast to Bruta Bay and Pat, things seemed calm. I walked away feeling like, okay, perhaps the worst of the night is over, but of course, as the evening progressed, we did see things get a little more tense. But there from SkyCal, Mike, you're looking at a pretty clear street. So I'm guessing it's just.
So check this one out. The officers are resting, and look at the crowd in front of them, arming. That's not good. Now they're doing donuts in the street behind them. The guys, the car behind them, see all the dust or the smoke? That's from a car doing donuts in the intersection. Let's see if there's a live camera shot of that somewhere. I gotta get the helicopter over there. The other group is dispersed. I don't know. I think this may be Santa Ana. And, you know, they keep coming forward here. They got to use the exact same tactics they just did over here. Look how this group cleared out because they came at them compared to this group right now when you just stand there and play tic-tac-toe. You've got to fix it right now. That's exactly right. van last night. That was very scary. Oh, there you go. That's not. See, there goes the gas. Here we go. Look at them all putting their gas up. Let's go. Let's go. Game on. They may have had a tactical plan that said 10 o'clock, everybody's done. Man, did you guys feel that? Did you guys feel that? The lasers, here comes an income. Lasers are not good. So this is Orange County Sheriff and Santa Ana PD. And this is a mutual aid situation. Those may be flashbangs from the PD. Wow. All flashbangs from the PD. I don't think anything. He's in the middle of a riot. This news guy just got gassed. That's why his camera's up in the air. All right, put your mask on. Let's get back to the guys on the ground. Let me see if I can find another shot now. Home Fries here has got a.
That was not good.
What he's doing.
All right, we're done for now.
You see now, this is the other situation. This poor guy here. They just, the reporter just went off the air. Oops. I am in the middle of a riot. Oh, here you go.
lighting off these
So
like
we're
giant
back.
firecrackers. Sometimes it seems like they're throwing them at police, and then they're also lighting off really big fireworks too. So they kind of do that, they advance on them, and then police out here in Santa Ana pretty much launch those pepper ball rounds immediately, and then they advance down the street toward those protesters who do seem to be moving back. But, you know, we have seen them throwing stuff directly at officers, which is super unfortunate considering these are not the people carrying out any of these immigration enforcement operations. They're literally just responding to vandalism downtown. They're trying to keep law and order in the city to keep things together. And so, unfortunately, they're the ones kind of bearing the brunt of what's going on out here tonight with these protesters. We can get you to some video right now, though. Sorry, I had to clear my throat from that pepper for a second. So the first video we're taking a look at here is the protest earlier tonight. So dozens of people out here descending on the federal building in downtown Santa Ana. Most of them just protesting with signs. However, some people are vandalizing buildings. There's lots of derogatory spray painted messages, some of them just on small businesses out here. Again, more of those fireworks going off. And you guys, I just lost my ability to hear you, but I think you can still hear me. So I'm going to keep on going out here. The next video we have here is you can see the police response from earlier this afternoon from our helicopter. Now, the police tactic, again, they're using smoke to disperse the crowd. They're using pepper balls as well because these protesters just keep advancing on them. Earlier today, another one of our crews, a photographer and a reporter, got hit with these rounds too. So you really got to take a second to just get away from them and continue on toward what's going on out here. Sorry, I'm just tapping right back into our speaker so I can hear you guys.
Oh, that was Yellow Man.
And so that's what they've been dealing with all day. Police just walking in formation down the street. We have another video we wanted to show you because this is like the minority of the people out here in the crowd. Mostly people are kind of just protesting, and then you have a couple of people doing more than everyone else.
They're going to go
so
after
this guy
him.
in the yellow shirt, if you can see him here, was just taunting the National Guard troops who were protecting the federal building earlier, kept going back for them when they were telling him to leave, and they weren't having any of it. So eventually, a couple of minutes later, they caught up with that guy and detained him, likely arrested him. And, you know, obviously this is a community here in Santa Ana that has a lot of immigrant families, many who just say they're out here standing up for what they believe is right, trying to keep their families together. Santa Ana is Orange County's only sanctuary city, actually, and the police department says they don't work with federal authorities on these immigration enforcement raids, but they say their police departments, their officers also can't use their resources to interfere with them. And so that's how they kind of get caught up in the middle of this, you know, where they have these big fireworks blasting off in the middle of the city at night. This, of course, in response to reports of multiple immigration enforcement operations in Orange County today. Don't have the locations on those confirmed just yet, but this was the result of this out here tonight. Actually, Santa Ana City Council members last month moved toward a program that would create an alert system to notify people if they get word of any immigration enforcement operation. Unclear if anyone got the word of that in advance of this today, but they have certainly mobilized out here this afternoon and tonight to
creating ways to avoid
make their stance out here and say they don't believe that these raids are right. Obviously, some of these activities we're seeing out here are not appropriate behavior either, probably not helping the cause, but most of the people out here in the crowd are just kind of saying whatever messages they have. You can see all those police down here in the street, and again, we have dozens of National Guard troops behind us with Humvees. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, we're seeing things change minute by minute, hour by hour out there, Nicole. All right, thank you for that.
All right, we're going to continue our live team coverage now with KCAL's Lori Perez, also live in downtown LA for us tonight. Just Lori.
Yeah, we're actually not that far from where Tom is, but boy, what a difference it is where we are. This is an intersection that not so long ago was filled with protesters facing off with police. Then about an hour ago, police started to cuff people after repeated announcements asking them to go home, telling them to leave this area. They started to cuff people. I know we have some video of them taking people into custody.
been there.
and then loading them up
We've,
on these big white
you know,
LAPD buses
we've been through the
that we
60s and
see
we
that
saw
they
that.
use when they start to
So
make
what will happen is
mass
just more stuff like this.
arrests. And so
And more people will
we
go to
saw that
jail.
about an hour ago.
More
They took
people
away
will be
2
deported.
full buses, maybe about 40
Unfortunate.
people who had been standing
Absolutely
off with
unfortunate.
police for hours on different
That,
intersections throughout downtown Los Angeles.
it's come to this.
In the time since they
It's
started
like
putting the cuffs
whack-a-mole.
on, now this
I
intersection is
think,
pretty clear, but for
you
about 3 or
this
4
is a different
protesters on one
administration.
side and then 2
And
protesters on
they
the
are
other side. In
not
fact,
going
we
to
were
let
just
in.
remarking it's pretty
And
surprising
then they'll start
at
arresting.
the number of LAPD
No
officers who
politicians.
remain
Look at that federal judge
lined
who
up
got
on
arrested.
this intersection,
They're not
facing
kidding.
off with just a handful of
When,
protesters.
Tom
Of course, we don't
Holman
know their strategy. We don't know if they're
says,
posted
go
up
ahead.
here in case that situation where
And
Tom
then,
is
you know,
starts to get
Governor
mobile and move in this
Newsom
direction. But you know,
says, yeah,
still quite
arrest
a
me.
force of LAPD officers
You may take
situated
them up on
here
that.
again in the Arts
And
District.
Newsom thinks he's
They've
going to
been
get a
here for
booking quota
hours
out of it,
now.
you know, like Trump did.
Everybody kind of
You
waiting
know, thinks
and
he's going to
watching
get some
to see how the rest of
traction,
this
but
night plays out. But
unfortunately
for
for
now, it is
him,
calm on
his
this
city's
corner in
on
downtown
fire,
Los Angeles again.
or excuse me,
Such a
his
stark
state's on
contrast
fire.
to where Tom Waite
And
is,
so that's
which
not
is
going to play
not
real
so
well
far
on a
from where we
national
are at all. Guys, back
stage.
to you.
I
Yeah,
don't.
no doubt. And Lori, regarding those people
And
that
I
were
could be
being arrested, it
completely
looks like
wrong
they are
there,
being
but,
taken in. It's not like a cite and release and off they go. They are being
my
taken
personal
in.
opinion, they
No.
should start arresting all of them.
Yes, that's right. We saw them
Republicans,
loaded up on the buses.
Democrats, if
Again,
you
2
get in
full
the way
buses, probably about 40
of
people. Yeah, they were loaded up and they were
demonstration,
taken away from here.
or excuse me, you
They
get
have a
in the
long night
way
ahead.
Yeah,
for
clear
sure.
message that they're not playing around with these protests.
lawbreakers.
If they catch you
You get between
vandalizing
them.
or breaking the law, they're going to
And
take
then you
you in.
become one.
Absolutely. Well, as we watch these
That's it.
crowds thin out
It's
in
corruption.
downtown
That's
LA,
called
we want to
corruption.
show you these pictures of protesters
It's not
still in
disruption,
the
it's
streets of
corruption.
downtown LA tonight,
And when that
still
happens,
making their
people
presence
need to go
known,
to
and the
jail.
LAPD still doing
That's it.
so as well.
Because
Mike
we
was
are
telling
a
us
country
earlier
of
that
laws.
many
Look at
more
the
officers
walls
are
here.
actually possibly
Look at all
on
the
shift
vandalism.
tonight if they were
Somebody
needed,
has to
as a
clean that.
citywide
Somebody has
tactical
to
alert
pay
was
for that.
issued earlier tonight, right, Mike?
Yeah, citywide tactical alert was issued
Somebody's
tonight. It
got
was
to
in effect
come back.
last
Look at the
night.
guy breaking
The nights
the
before
windows
that.
with the
As we watch
skateboard.
this group, there's bars over those windows. So, but you've got the So now we're starting
With
to
the
swipe it.
skateboarder,
with
see
the
that, Mike?
skateboard,
Somebody's gotta buy that.
Hopefully they don't. You know,
Fix
it
it.
didn't look like a real hard effort. So hopefully it doesn't
And
actually get
and
anything.
if the
in there,
mayor
because
and
the
the
last thing we want is to
politicians
start seeing
think
businesses being
that's a
looted like we
good
did see
thing,
last night. So this is the
they're
crowd.
going to be on the wrong side of
We can show
history,
you
just
some
like they
video
were in
here.
the
This is the
60s.
crowd that really got active.
And we
with
saw
the
how
Ventura County
that-
Sheriff's
how that
Office,
came
the
out.
California Highway Patrol. Excuse me, we watched as
Law
they started to put on
enforcement
gas masks here
had
as
a
fireworks were being
pendulum
thrown
swing.
at those officers. CHP responding very
They had a
quickly after
pendulum
kind of
swing
being overwhelmed for
after
a
the
brief moment with
60s
those
into the
fireworks. But really, as
70s.
soon as CHP
And when I came on the
started
job in
to do their thing, that
1983,
crowd moved
or
fast.
excuse me,
And by do their
82,
thing, I mean
the-
lots of
my
flashbangs, tear
field
gas,
training
all of those
officers
things that were
lived through
put at those
60s and
protesters that
70s.
caused them to
And
splinter
guess
off
what?
into two different groups, one down San
We
Pedro
took
and one down
names.
2nd Street. Now,
And we were
I also
hooking
want
and
to show you some
booking.
more video because
Guess
we
what?
also saw a
Crime
drone flying
went
through this
like
area.
this.
Now, it's more than
just
likely just for
fell like
recording
a
purposes and
rocket
for
ship.
video. And, you know, right there in the middle
And
of
the
the picture
same
in the
thing
cloud
in New
below the
York,
traffic signal, you
remember?
see it now flying to the left of the
Giuliani
screen.
took over.
What's unfortunate, though, Chief Jim McDonald said yesterday,
Americans
that they even
are very
encountered,
tolerant
today rather, he said that
to
yesterday they encountered people with two-way radios that were communicating with
And
each other and being
when
able to
we pass
coordinate.
these
So hopefully that
thresholds
drone was
like
not a part of
this,
any of that effort and just a
we
terrible social
forget.
media kind of stunt that some people are
And
trying to do. Now,
this is
I
a
want to show you
small
more here
group
because we saw
of
this last
probably
night. We're seeing a
10,000,
little bit tonight
5,000
where these
people
protesters are
out of
trying to do
out
makeshift
of
barricades, essentially.
360
We watched
million
as this
people
dumpster was given one good push
in this
and
country.
pushed into the line
This
of
is-
the CHP
this is
officers.
not
Thankfully,
even a
didn't have that much
decimal
momentum,
point.
and CHP was able to
And
just
it
get it to
looks
kind of
bad.
stop where it was right there
It
without it
looks
doing
bad.
any more harm. We'll take you back out live now to the helicopter
But
that
in
is
reality,
kind of monitoring the situation.
in
You
the
see that
big
very
picture,
large contingent of Ventura County Sheriff's Office.
they're going to
CHP,
wake up
all of those different agencies that
the
are now
middle-class
here trying to deal
American.
with this, guys.
And Mike,
That
they're
guy
going to
that
stay
drives
here as
with a
long as needed,
six-pack of
right?
beer
As long as
and a
needed. Mutual
rifle
aid
on a
is in
rifle
effect
rack
until it's not.
and goes
The
bowling
sheriff
every
is in
Tuesday
control of that
night.
here in LA County, and he
When
has
that guy wakes
said that
up,
we will do this as long as we need to. And we've got the support.
that's when
they
they're
say,
going to
from our
realize, you
partner
know what?
agencies, from the CHP,
We got a
Ventura County
problem
Sheriff,
here.
all of the San Gabriel
And guess
Valley
what?
cities
That's what
have
just
been there. We've seen
happened
a
in the
lot going
last
on, guys.
So
election.
even if the street's clear of protesters, law enforcement is still going to stay out there,
That's
right?
crazy.
And just in case, as
We're
day
not
breaks
seeing
for
this as
Tuesday here,
Americans.
downtown LA.
Yep.
And
All right,
so
Mike, thank you so
I
much.
think
Let's
it's
get
going to be
live now to our Nicole Comstock live in
interesting.
Santa Ana. Nicole.
Well,
Yeah, well, things are getting a
I
little
can't take
crazier out
anybody
here
else's,
now. So just about 20
feed
seconds ago, we
because
had
they'll
someone launch another big
copyright strike.
one of those directly at
So I have to
police,
do the
and they
news
do
feed
not
from
like
home.
that. And the LA County Sheriff's deputies out here as well. So you can see them posted up now in the center
Yeah.
of Broadway and
Well, anyway,
4th
that's,
in Santa
you know,
Ana, and they're
what
still
I
using
think.
those pepper ball rounds. I don't know if you can
Well,
see the officer with these like pepper ball guns they're using to shoot them in the direction of protesters. But of course, you know, right after they throw these big firecrackers and fireworks in the direction of law enforcement officers, then they kind of like run back down the street again. So it's basically a game of cat and mouse out here tonight, where they're trying to push them down the road as far as they can away from the federal building. Maybe of protesters down this street. So throughout the night, they've kind of been moving around, sort of staying in the same area, but they'll go down one street and then pop up around the corner. And so it takes a lot of coordination on the part of the sheriff's deputies and police departments to kind of stay ahead of the game and see where these people are coming from. Again, not everyone in the crowd is behaving this way. A lot of people are just kind of yelling at police. They have signs, and there's a couple people in the crowd who continue to throw these explosives in the direction of law enforcement officers. But again, you know, the president called in the National Guard.
SRP has energy solutions for every kind of company.
Fortunately, these police officers and local sheriff's deputies are not the ones that have anything to do with these immigration raids, and they're dealing with the brunt of what's going on out here tonight. Another thing we're seeing is just a ton of graffiti on a lot of the buildings downtown here, and some of them are just small businesses like coffee shops that have, you know, derogatory messages about ICE scrolled on the side of them now. So, you know, you wonder how much money it costs to clean up the graffiti, clean up the trash, whatever other things are vandalized, and just the amount of overtime all of these law enforcement officers, you know, are going to rack up being out here to make sure that businesses don't get broken into and people don't get hurt out here. I don't know if you can see in the center of the road here too, there's tire marks. So when the protesters come, there might be one of them on a motorcycle or in a car that's kind of doing donuts in the center of the road. But that's the most of what we are seeing out here tonight, and hopefully things settle down soon, but it doesn't seem like it. So we'll send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, Nicole, we have SkyCal over your location right now. We've seen the fireworks being set off there in your area. Earlier today, we saw that one guy in the yellow hoodie who was taunting officers. He was taken into custody. Have you seen anybody else in your area there being taken into custody?
They don't.
And being taken away?
If they
Because you said
do,
this
they
kind
have
of game
to,
of cat and mouse eventually is
go
going to
in
get
nearby
old. These
store.
officers are going to perhaps move in and arrest somebody.
Yeah, I'm sure they're super tired of it at this point.
And I think
Maybe at
this is not a
about
good look for
8:30ish,
anybody
we saw them
in this country.
walking
But I got to
one
be
person
honest
over
with
to
you,
the back of a police
all
car,
the
so it seemed like they were
politicians are at fault
detaining
here.
that person,
And
but we didn't
in
have eyes on
California.
what they were doing before that.
You
So I
have a
don't know
news
if that
feed,
was
put a
somebody
stop
who was
this.
lighting off fireworks or just like
All
getting
of
up
these
in the law
sanctuary
enforcement
cities
officers' faces or going into an area they weren't supposed
are
to be
having
in.
those,
But we haven't
you
seen
know,
any other
rules up or
arrests
whatever.
or detentions going on out here. We haven't seen
And
police officers moving
as
into
a
an area
result,
with like
this is
any
your result.
handcuffs or the little zip ties that they sometimes use at these things. So
This is your
it doesn't
result.
seem to me like they have a big plan in place yet to start detaining people. It
I mean, it
seems like
looks
they're
like
just
it's
continuing
starting
down
to
the street and hope that
slow down
people
here. They're gonna
eventually go
gas them a
home
little bit
before
more.
things get to that
I've been
point.
on the
But
show for about
they are
4
being
hours,
successful in keeping people, you know, farther away from the federal building, which is what the National Guard is working on protecting
Are you
tonight.
guys okay with that?
Yeah, from SkyCal, you can see definitely the officers there in place, and
It's
it's
been
hard
a-
to even
been a
pinpoint
great
where
day.
the protesters are in this shot, right,
And
Susan?
what's interesting for me, I've had a lot
They're
of
spread
people.
out just like they are in
you know,
downtown LA. And speaking of
The
downtown
great
LA,
thing
we're going to go
about
back now to our colleague
America
who's
is you
live
can
there
have a
on the
difference of
ground.
opinion.
He has a report for us.
However,
He's seen
I think
some
we should
people
all be
running
on
just at the
board
last minute.
with
Tom?
being
Yeah, we are
society
running out
that
of the
obeys
area
the law.
because it is being overrun.
Because when you don't obey the law,
I don't know if you can roll back our tape about our video from TSC for about 30 seconds ago. It was absolutely
chaotic. And
it was
when chaos reigns,
I've never seen anything like that or been that close to anything like that before. It was a rapid fire. I think there was less than lethal rounds being fired by police along with flashbangs.
We have to be a society that obeys
I'm not even
laws.
sure what else they were shooting, but they were responding to the crowd, which was getting increasingly hostile. It was getting more confrontational. People were getting more and more angry, and they're throwing more and more things at the police.
Fortunately, right now,
CHP.
I believe that
So we're trying to get back to our truck right now and avoid any sort of incident. We just ran through the shopping mall that was right next to where all this was unfolding near the intersection of San Pedro and.
Yeah, we saw you just walk through the Little Tokyo shopping plaza there, Tom, walking away with some of the protesters as well.
Some lovely shops in
So
there.
that said,
Unfortunately, not able to stop at them.
For the evening, myself, we're always grateful to have you on board with us. So I will see you on the next one. Okay? Aloha. Have a good night.
Hard working every day, I'm stressed out 24/7, babe. No timeouts, wish we could fly away. You and I go to our favorite place. Oh yeah, make special memories together. I'll be your company now and forever. I say we fly away. You and me go to our favorite place. Feeling the sun on my face in Hawaii. With you, Hawaii. With you, Hawaii. With you, Hawaii. I need a summer breeze, some fresh air to put my mind at ease. No cares. You wanna come with me? Me and you go to our favorite tree. Are you ready now? We jump on a plane now. We're taking away. Yeah, we're taking away. Don't hesitate now. We're taking away. Yeah, we're taking away. We'll never come down. We're going away. Yeah, we're going away. You and me. Feeling the sun on my face in a while.